その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの残罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, good afternoon, and welcome back to more IVA action. And we're day 5 in IVA, and I am your caster, the not invisible Jong, joined by my partner, BK Boy. So BK Boy, you're new here. How are you feeling today?
Very excited to be here. New to the IVA casting scene. I hope to be able to deliver to you guys a whole lot of exciting and interesting to watch matches. So thank you for having me here.
Yeah, I'm excited to partner up with you today, and this is your first time. Let's see that, and hopefully you enjoy this experience. So, talk about exciting matches. We are actually going to be seeing some today as the first match that we have that are going to be begin. I believe it's going to be Venom and TNG, if I didn't remember it wrongly. And so, BK, tell me, what do you think of these two matchups today, or this matchup?
As some of you who have watched yesterday's games may recall, TNG was off in a standoff against, I believe it was, I don't exactly recall, but
Phoenix,
it was
Phoenix.
Phoenix. There we go. My bad. They were just at each other's throats the entire game. They just for the first 2 rounds, it's just 4K here, 4K there, and then they both tied in terms of points for the third round, and then just going into overtime, they were just still really just going at it. So seeing that kind of fighting spirit in TNG is going to be very interesting, especially seeing as how they would go up against Venom, who a few of the members we have seen before, though the team itself is quite new.
Yeah, Venom, the team is new, but the members we have seen before, because we have 72S and Gotcha, which are familiar names, and I don't even need to go and talk about it because now it's all on the screen for you guys. So now let's have a quick recap of who is Venom made up of. We have 72S and Gotcha, which are some pretty familiar names who are known to be Hunter players, along with Yonke, Tartagila, and FS210F. Meanwhile, their Hunter is SSSF, who is Seichu, and Seichu is also familiar in the IVA scene because he's the Hunter from GH, or rather, a lot of members here are also from the GH, so Venom contains some pretty familiar names.
Yeah, and I do think that a lot of them being from GH is going to be quite useful in terms of their coordination. They're quite used to each other's strategies and playstyles. And the same can be said for TNG here, because as you can see, TNG is kind of a staple now. They're quite common to be seen, as we can see here. They have a lot of these names may be quite familiar to some of you who have watched some of the previous IVA, IVC, Suyoe, etc., etc.
Yeah, so some of those you're pretty familiar with, White and Wolfie, and also Death World, who's the S-Badge Night Watch, and also NG Commentator, who I personally remember because I commentated on their match in day 2, and it was a very, very exciting match. So I'm excited for TNG and Venom's performance, as you mentioned, because for those of you who were here yesterday, I'm sure you all remember that BO for additional time, especially where time makes a difference. It's just so mind-blowing how close the matchups were yesterday, BK.
Yeah, it was just oh my goodness. Like I said, they were just going at it. They were just go left hook, right hook, uppercut, sidestep, pow pow, punch here, punch there. They were just going ham, absolutely nuts. It was insane. I believe that their set of matches went on for over 2-3-ish hours. So that alone should tell you just how they're just really they refuse to go down without a fight. So having that kind of energy here in this upcoming match is going to be very exciting to see.
Yeah, so here's a quick reminder of the tournament bracket for those of you who do not remember. So we currently have 2 matchups today, which is Future versus AR and Venom versus Touch and Go. For Future versus AR, they're in a winner's bracket, and they will later be playing to fight for a spot for the finals. Meanwhile, Venom and Touch and Go, which is this match, they are the loser's bracket match. So they'll be fighting to see who will advance further in the loser's bracket and who will have their time cut short. So the winners of today of this matchup will advance to the next round, while the loser of the following game will also drop down, and they'll be playing against Tomorrow to fight for a spot in the finals, where I remember you'll be casting Tomorrow also, right, BK?
Yes, I will be casting for the grand finals tomorrow. Very excited for that. Cannot wait, but first things first, we gotta get these semi-finals out of the way. So among these teams, I do think that FT is definitely going to be, like as you mentioned, yeah, FT versus AR is going to be one of the exciting matches as well. Can't forget that, because AR has been very much, you mentioned this before, I believe, but AR is very much a dark horse of this tournament. They're a new team and a lot of new faces, but they have been like climbing up the ranks steadily, slowly, not even slowly actually, they've been climbing up the ranks really quickly. But today is going to be the question, will they lose steam to FT? Because if you know, FT is a very kind of like a household favorite. I'd say like they're a fan favorite. A lot of people recognize them, a lot of people know them, so having like kind of the fan favorite go up against a dark horse is going to be very interesting to see who can come out on top.
Yeah, that will be an exciting matchup for later, but first of all, let's focus on this current matchup, which is Venom versus Touch and Go, and we're actually going to be heading into the BP screen right off the bat, wasting no time. So it's going to be the ever-sleeping town, and there's one thing that we should watch out for Touch and Go is probably their Gardener, because once again they pulled out the Gardener in the qualifiers, and they performed very good with it, and they threatened Phoenix yesterday so much that Phoenix banned Gardener over and over again, as they do not want to deal with it. But we're currently waiting on Venom and Touch and Go. So from what we know is that Venom's Hunter Seichu does play the Naiad, so do you reckon we'll be seeing like this, maybe a possibility of Naiad in this game?
Yeah, I think that Naiad is definitely one of like a top choice for Venom, and Seichu here in particular, like you said, is one of Seichu's top picks in general, as well as the fact that Naiad has been kind of rising in the meta recently. We've been seeing quite a few Naiads in these past few games, not to mention the fact that she counters quite a number of very like powerful and commonly seen survivors, like the female dancer, for example. So seeing the Naiad in play is definitely going to be one of the more likely options for Seichu, I think.
Yes, but speaking of the Naiad, is that, so yeah, we'll definitely have to keep in that mind as a possibility, but what Seichu ended up, like, let's eavesdropping on our conversation, and it's like, nope, I don't care, I'll just choose something else just to screw with these commentators. But with that, we are actually currently be seeing the bans already ongoing. The Mercenary and the Anti-Current is going to be in the box selected, while the Priestess, Seer, and the Toy Merchant NA will be sitting in the ban pick jail. So based on this current BP, like, what do you think, like, what are your thoughts on this so far? Like, what do you think is this game leaning towards for the Survivor or the Hunter?
I think that right now, TNG is very much aiming for, yeah, as you can see with this female dancer, as well as the Mercenary and Antiquarian, very support and rescue heavy. The female dancer is quite a good kiter and a support with her fast and slow music boxes, helping her teammates to kite in that area. But with the Antiquarian and Mercenary serving as very powerful rescue options. But Seichu here, banning the Priestess, Seer, Toy Merchant, I think that these are actually quite general bans, as well as the mechanic you can see. Just trying to get like some very generally powerful survivors out of the way. I do think that this might indicate a Naiad pick here, because Naiad is, well, she's not particularly she doesn't hard counter the Seer or the Priestess or the Toy Merchant, so it's going to be quite in Seichu's favor to pick the Naiad and ban these characters.
Yeah, you actually, a very good analysis from BK, especially the fact that we're seeing the Martha, who was the birthday girl yesterday, but unfortunately is not today, so no candles for her today. But you mentioned one point earlier, is that the female dancer is very weak against the Naiad, but the fact that the female dancer gets selected, though, does indeed mean that the Watcher Lady will be making an appearance from Seichu, as she's the go-to hunter for Seichu to pick, and no surprise seeing it out first. So who do you think has the upper hand now?
It kind of depends on who gets first chased, in my opinion, because if it was someone like the female dancer who gets chased first, I do think that it's definitely going to be in Venom's favor, because like I mentioned, female dancer, very powerful, but kind of countered by the Naiad, because the ability to just block off the completely block off the area of the music box's effect with the water is going to be very powerful for Naiad, not to mention this, as well as the fact that if she does like decide to stay in the music box area, she's going to take a lot of water damage. It's just going to rise up slowly and steadily, and then boom, pop, damage. It's going to be very bad for the survivors to them to stay in that area.
Yeah, I'm personally a Naiad main, so I know how it feels and why does Naya actually counters the dancer, just like surround a large moisture circle, and the survivor is just there drowning, gasping for air, but just will be suffocating to death. So it will be interesting to see, like you mentioned, that a Naya chasing a female dancer is a very good option, but who else, like if it's an event that's not a female dancer, who else do you think would also be a good chase for her?
A good chase for the Naya here in this situation, honestly, it's quite tough because the Mercenary is an instant no-go. He has the elbow pads and the slow chair time, as well as like the delayed health, the delayed health. So that's just like an instant no-go because it's just very tough. Plus you leave like the other decoders, or not decoders, but the other survivors to decode a lot faster on the team. So I'd say right now, looking at the spawn selections, I do think that the Psychologist is the second best bet because she has no kiting abilities, unlike the Antiquarian. However, do keep in mind she does have the extra health, like the extra stress health bar. So that may or may not prove to be kind of a toughie for Seichu to get around.
Yeah, that's a pretty good prediction. So let's see, will BK Boy end up being correct? But once again, just to remind you, we are currently at the B1 first half. I'm a commentator, Invisible Jung, joined by my co-caster, BK Boy, and we are going to be into the match. And right off the bat, we can see the Seichu is going to be throwing the harpoon and will be swimming towards NG commentator, the female dancer. As you mentioned, a pretty good chase, and it's actually going to be going for a fake out. I did attempt to loop around the building, but nope. Going to be looping in a different angle, trying to surround the female dancer full of moisture, but pretty smart for a female dancer to instantly run out, not giving a chance for her to get moisture, and goes for the padded slam, able to pull it off. So right now, Seichu just cannot get the first hit on the female dancer currently.
Yes, however, do keep in mind that the female dancer has just put down her second box as well as her spins, which means that she is running out of resources. However, kiting near the Antiquarian here, allowing the Antiquarian to maybe do some harassing and supporting capabilities will be in commentator's favor here because it allows him to actually get into this quite good kiting spot against someone like the Naiad.
Yep, so the Antiquarian is able to smack the Naiad backwards, forcing Seichu to just throw the harpoon and attempt to surround the entire building. And the commentator actually drops down into the Hunter thing and attempt the flywheel effect, not being able to evade that hit. So with the help of Insolence, now Seichu already has the level 1 presence. So Seichu here is going to try and identify where did the female dancer go. As the female dancer is just one music box dropping in, and the Antiquarian is just in the vicinity, hoping to smack the fish and give the female dancer some more kiting room. Ooh, that was one nice smack, and another one.
Yeah, that was actually a really good smack by the Antiquarian, just knocking her out of that dash, leaving it cancels the dash without actually having to use the effect. So, but do keep in mind that now the Antiquarian is she has one smack left, but the commentator, it seems like, is going to be going down here any second now with the regular basic attack hit right next to the Antiquarian. However, Antiquarian does have the capability to balloon rescue, but doesn't seem to be going for it, unfortunately. Do keep in mind though, Seichu does still have his blink up, so if it was necessary, he could use it to get another fast down on the female dancer after the rescue happens.
Yes, yep, that's you're pretty good, right? It's her blink is going to be very good to prevent rebound. The Mercenary vicinity have a very high moisture level, goes for the rescue, but not being able to escape the moisture damage. So now the Mercenary will be going down, and Naya is completely on the female dancer's toes, and is able to get the hits off without the usage of any ability. So now this is a double down situation, BK. So what do you think the survivor should do now? Because that double down is definitely huge hits towards them.
Yeah, it's definitely, like you said, Jung, it's just a really big blow to them. The Mercenary taking 2 damage at once, it's going to be a big blow for them. So right now, in my opinion, they should be focusing on at least healing the Mercenary, at least off the floor. So make sure he's up and running so that he can decode with the stall time that the female dancer is on the chair. If the Psychologist or the Antiquarian had Titaner, I'd say that they should go for the rescue, but as you can see that they don't. They have Flywheel instead, which means that it would be very, very risky for them to have to go for the rescue. And as you can see, it seems like they aren't actually planning on rescuing. So Seichu here trying to scout and scouting around the area, trying to find, it seems like finding the Psychologist instead, and just abandoning the female dancer completely.
Yep, the female dancer will be sent back to the manor. Unfortunately, her birthday has passed, so that means no mercy for her, and the Psychologist will be taking the first the next kite here with still 3 hits, and Sage is gonna vault through that window, and White here is just going to be looping around this graveyard, hoping to close off the gap, and Seichu actually have other ideas, going to be opting for field control and managing to catch Wolfie's Mercenary red-handed and able to get that pop on him. So Mercenary is now in half health, and he has to be very careful as he definitely does not want to go down fast and forcing out an elbow pad. And Seichu here going to consider a bit, and now will be taking his eyesight on this anti-Aquarian BK.
Yeah, but remember, he does still have his blink. The Antiquarian has the flywheel and the bamboo stick. So I think flywheeling the water effect, but taking the normal hit, that was a really good flywheel effect there, Zhang. Managing to avoid getting down with the water and regular hit. But again, Seichu still has his blink. He has not used it this whole match. He could use it on the Antiquarian to get a quick and easy down, to try and like force one of the survivors to rescue. But will he need to use it is the question.
Oh, that was a very nice smack from the Anti-Current, disarming him, allowing herself to just survive for longer and forcing Seichu to go for another harpoon. And here's just going to try and pop the Anti-Current with motion, is able to pop. So that was actually a very impressive move from the Knight, able to down the Anti-Current in a relatively fast time. And currently we can see that only one Cypher remains. So, what do you think would the survivors do next? Do you think that this will be more of a tie situation or something else?
It really depends on this Antiquarian's kite. Here, if the Mercenary is able to rescue the Antiquarian with that water damage pop, it seems that the Mercenary is going to have a bit of trouble actually pulling off the rescue here. And with the Terror Shock, instead, it seems that the Antiquarian is not going to be able to pull off the endgame kite here. Instead, Terror Shocking the Mercenary off that rescue, that was some really good reflexes by Seichu. That was just a blink and you'll miss it play. Did you even manage to see that, Zhang? That was lightning fast.
Yeah, there were so many things happen. I think I accidentally jinxed it when I asked would it be something else, but now the Psychologist have to be the last man standing to save the day, and not able to evade the first pop, and Seichu here is able to get a second pop on the Psychologist. Psychologist in half of it with no flywheel effect. There's just nothing she can do, and down goes the Psychologist as well. So now all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, everyone is on the ground, BK Boy. What on earth had I just witnessed in the past 34 seconds?
This jump is what you call a turn of the tides. It was going in the survivors' favor. They had one Cypher left. The Mercenary and Psychologist were both on full HP, and now the Psychologist and the Mercenary are both on the ground, and it seems like it will be a 4K situation for Venom and Seichu here. That was just a really I was so far off the edge of my seat, John. I am not even on my chair anymore. I am just gonna tell you, this is so intense, and it was just so crazy. It was just so much happened, and it was so exciting and entertaining to watch. I hope that you just had as much fun as I did watching that.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I'm a total loss of words, because like you mentioned, at one point it seems like it was one Cypher remaining as a tie-ish game, but then ended up 2 failed rescued and the entire game just fell apart. So here's some quick statistics. We can see that Nayat actually having 13 strikes and that 1 Terror Shock on the Mercenary along with 6 knockdowns. Meanwhile, the survivors, the Anti-Crit actually helped out a lot with 100 in almost 2 minutes of containment time. And the commentator, or rather the female dancer, having 100 seconds, that was actually quite impressive, but not enough, BK.
Yeah, actually that 100-second kite by commentator's female dancer right there, that was actually fairly good, especially considering that Seichu did bring Insolence to get that first level presence, as you mentioned, faster. Considering that, Seichu did bring Insolence and had the blink, commentator did a fairly decent job kiting the Nayad in the early game. It's just that I do think that when commentator passed the ball to his teammates in the later game, they had a bit of a slip up, and as such they were unable to turn the game in their favor, and Seichu just took advantage of that and was and the survivors just can't go anywhere with the ball anymore. They're just lost.
Yeah, after the 2 rescued, there's just no coming back from that. And I think, we were talking about this yesterday when we were practicing, is that Identity V is a game that, surely turns, things twist in a dime. 1 second you're doing so well, and the next second you're down, and then all of a sudden it's a very bad game. 1 second is all the difference, and all of a sudden the things change. I'm just stunned watching, how that game ended up, from a tie to an instant 4K with that 2 stuffed rescue. It was just so shocking to see how things can turn in an instant, BK.
Yeah, that like first of all, that like water pop on the mercenary was just really, really like shocking. I was not expecting like the water to be able to reach the mercenary, let alone like, you know, cause him to like take actual damage from it. And then the terror shock afterwards, that was just insane, forcing the psychologist over, and then the psychologist's unfortunately timed flywheel there. It was just like force, and just like, you know, the second staff rescue, there was just like overall like very, very entertaining, and also like very well played on Seichu's part, cause forcing the psychologist to come rescue, and trying to pop her with the water instead. He didn't even have to use his blink the whole match. Keep in mind that he had blink up the whole match and he didn't even have to use it once. So I think that really speaks about Seichu's abilities as a Nyan.
Oh yeah, you mentioned a very good point. Like blink was not used at all during the entire game. Like, it was just so amazing that Seichu was able to pull that off without the usage of any blink or near like his own abilities. I'm just still stunned by that. Like, if that is the first game of Venom instantly getting a 4K and a 5-0, I cannot wait to see what would the rest of the matchup have in store for us here, PK.
Right? I mean, like, because, well, okay, do keep in mind, the last team that went up against TNG and got an instant 4K was Phoenix, and they went in, and TNG just, like, instantly just fought back with, like, insane like ferocity. They were just like fighting to the very end, and it paid off. They were able to get into overtime, they won the match, and they got into here. So I would not hold my breath if TNG were to like make an insane comeback in the second half here. I'm really looking forward to what TNG has in store.
I won't hold my breath as well, because like you would never know what the game will have is in store for us. But with that, like, that's actually a very, very surprising and a shocking game, I guess, not to me, but to like everyone else in the chat, in the audience. I think you're all surprised, but let's just have a quick break and to just relax ourselves. And we'll see you all after the break with more IV action. See you in a bit.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone and welcome back to more IVA action. I'm your caster Invisible Jones, joined by my partner BK Boy. And BK, I'm still reeling from the shock of the very last game of just how terrifying that water lady is. Like, we did talk a bit behind the scenes, but it was just too shocking to see how things turn in a dime and that 4K to start the very first match.
Right? I mean, like, it was just like you mentioned, it was just on a dime. Like, the Naiad in the beginning was kited by commentator's female dancer for around 100 seconds, as we saw the statistics just now. And that was a fairly decent kite, especially also considering that commentator also did have his flywheel up, but he did mistime it, but it could have been up should they have been able to do another rescue. So I think that definitely this first kite was very much in the survivor's favor. So having the Naiad be able to turn the game completely into her favor with the 4 elimination was just very, very interesting and just so much. It was so good. It was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch that game, seeing the water lady shine. So yep. Speaking about fun, let's have a quick shout out and see who else is here having fun with us. So we can see that Nello Mello are wonderful organizers in the chat, along with Emma Woods, mainly BT22, and let's see, Esoteru-san, some familiar names around here. Hello everyone, and hopefully you guys are having fun, as I'm having fun right now, and I believe BK is having fun, and we are excited for our next match, aren't we?
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting to see how TNG will fight back against Venom here, because Seichu getting that 4 elimination, getting his team's points to 5-0. Now the pressure is on TNG's Hunter to return the favor. Trying to get a 4 elimination on Venom survivors is going to be the goal here, because they need to be able to even out the points if they want to go in, or when they go into the next round, so that there is less pressure on the TNG team as a whole in order to play in the next rounds. Because if they are lagging behind in the second round, then it could end up in a situation where they won't even get into the third round at all. I'm not saying it will, but it could happen. So right now the pressure is on TNG's Hunter to return the favor, get a 4K, and even out the points here.
Yeah, for certain. Like the pressure is definitely on TNG's Hunter, especially the fact that for those of you like who aren't sure, like this is the losers bracket match for the 4th place. Like whoever loses this matchup is going to end in the 4th place. So the pressure is definitely on them to like win, because if they lose, they'll be eliminated from IVA for good. And ideally, you want to just stay alive in IVA as long as you want. So, yep, like TNG's Hunter is definitely going to give it their all. So, what do you think that we'll be expecting to see if TNG is aiming for a 4th survivor elimination?
I think that TNG's Hunter will probably be going, because Seichu playing the Naiad is it's because it's one of Seichu's best hunters, as you've seen. He's just like been playing Naiad like basically like the entire tournament, the entirety of IVA. So I think that in order for TNG to return the favor, we're gonna have to see Deathworld bring out his best as well. And as you mentioned earlier in the intro, I do think that Deathworld's best is definitely going to be his S badge Nightwatch. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how he will utilize it on the Ever Sleeping Town here against Venom.
Yeah, but would be a nice watch though, because yesterday I believe we also see something else as it starts with a P and ends it with an N and has 3 heads. Like we saw Hunter like that yesterday, which is the breaking wheel. So maybe because it was also the same map, who knows? But we are in the BP now, and the Seer will be thrown out of the mix, as the Mercenary and the Priestess are going to be the first 2 lucky members who are going to be sitting at the spot today.
Yeah, I think that if a Deathworld were to play the breaking wheel like you mentioned, then not having the Priestess ban would make a lot of sense, because breaking wheel just doesn't care at all about the Priestess's portals. He just goes through them without any stuns in the wheel form, and so it would be very beneficial for Deathworld to play the breaking wheel and not ban the Priestess. And as we can see here with these other bans as well, the Seer, Antiquarian, and the Female Dancer, all are very, very effective against the breaking wheel. So I do think that it's highly likely we're going to see Deathworld's breaking wheel here in the second half.
Let's see what it will end up being, because like Deathworld, especially Nightwatch, he did pull a breaking wheel yesterday, so yep, he's gonna have like a dual choice just to like trick us all the audience and opposing team to make sure you don't know what I am picking. So maybe, who knows, it end up maybe wrong, but we are seeing the Acrobat now. So who do you think is leaning towards based on so far? Like do you have any predictions?
I do think that Deathworld is. I still do think that Deathworld is like, okay, I'd say like it's a 40% chance he pricks breaking wheel, and like a 40% chance he brings on the Nightwatch, and a 20% chance it's something like out there, like just, anything like a Dream Witch or a Bonbon or a Hellember, or I hope it's a Hellember. For just like, it would be so exciting, but I doubt it, unfortunately. But seeing this this 4th ban, it's going to be the Prisoner, and it's kind of interesting. We rarely see a prisoner ban. Normally you'd see like something like a mechanic or some other like harasser or rescuer, like a mercenary or a forward. So it's very interesting to see what Deathworld's going for here.
Yeah, like I am actually intrigued. Like it's not every day we get to see a prisoner, and the psychologist is going to be the last person to round up this team comp. So we are going to be seeing some ADA action. So we have the full team comp with Priestess, Mercenary, Acrobat, and the Psychologist, and let's see what would the Hunter pick be. Will BK Boy be right with the breaking wheel, or would be the Hell Ember that BK Boy wants? And if it's the Hell Ember, I'll probably jump out of the screen and scream very loudly due to pure excitement.
But unfortunately, it is not the Hell Ember, so we have been severely disappointed, Jong. We are going to retire out of pure disappointment. No, I'm joking. It is going to be Deathworld's Nightwatch here, as was stated before. He is an S badge Nightwatch, so it's going to be very interesting to see how he plays here. It's actually quite interesting, because he banned the Seer and Antiquarian, but left in their places for like supporting. You have like the Psychologist, who kind of occupy a similar-ish role to the Seer, with like the being able to tank an extra hit, and then also like the long distance healing plus the Priestess's stuns, I think will prove a bit of a problem for Deathworld. So the Psychologist and the Priestess will be a bit of a pain in his backside, though getting the Antiquarian out of the way was a very smart choice on Deathworld's part, in my opinion.
Yep, so we'll have to see who'll be taking the first kite, and yep, because we will be retired due to pure disappointment of no hell embers. No, I'm just kidding as well. But we are going to be seeing the spawn selections, and the priestess will be the one taking the center, mercenary on top, Ada will be taking the right, and the downside will be taken by acrobat. So this is a pretty standard T spawn selection that we're seeing, and we'll see where will the night watch be spawning, because if you mentioned that the acrobat is a highly favorable target, so let's see. Oh, it is going to spawn next to it, so maybe acrobat's taking the first kite, BK?
I think that would be the most likely here, because it's these spawn positions right now, it's very much in favor for Deathworld to just instantly just spot the acrobat and just go after him. However, he may or may not decide to go up instead to the middle building area and instead into 72S's psychologist. And I think that the middle building area is going to be less likely for a choice for Deathworld, because the verticality as well as the lack of line of sight is going to very much hinder his ability to pull the survivors towards him.
Yep, so everyone hold your houses, hold your hats, because there will be lots of wind in every seeming town as Deathworld will be spawning and it's going to be wandering around. We can see that the psychologist already hit in the 2-story, but Deathworld here is going to be marching towards the center where the priestess says nope, actually goes for the mercenary, which is a pretty interesting move as we don't see that a lot, and we'll be using the slow wind on the mercenary just to slow him down and gain some speed boosts, forcing out one early elbow pad from the merc.
Yeah, that early elbow pad, I do think that it was quite necessary to get away from Deathworld, but it does kind of like out of the frying pan into the fire here, because as you can see, the basement is right here next to the mercenary. So even though, you know, mercenary is generally the choice that hunters tend to avoid, but teleporting instead off of the mercenary and trying to go for the acrobat instead. This is a very interesting set of choices here by Deathworld, John.
Yep, so we can see that Deathworld here is going to use another speed boost in an attempt to get the acrobat, is able to get the hit, and acrobat will be transitioning out as there is already a priestess portal set up in advance, going to be transitioning very far away, and Deathworld will be followed by another portal to just bring the acrobat into the graveyard. So this is such a beautiful teamwork from the survivor's side, and Deathworld got tricked by that portal thinking the acrobat went back, but the acrobat went to the graveyard, so now it seems that he will be forced to switch his targets, but nope, still going to be trying and locate that acrobat who is at the graveyard.
Yeah, that like little like mind game trick with the portals, that definitely hindered Deathworld by quite a lot. However, Deathworld back on the acrobat's heels, instead trying to go for the psychologist and acrobat here, finding the acrobat in this little like cubby hole here in the graveyard. This is going to significantly hinder the psychologist decoding progress in this area. However, having the acrobat in a decent kiting spot like this will hopefully pay out for the survivors.
Yep, the psychologist is here, going to be protecting her teams, and the acrobat is actually, there's a tram over here, so will the tram happen? Yep, gets on the tram, psychologist able to tank a hit, and Deathworld here now has a different idea and will be going after the psychologist, one dash to just get close to him, and there goes that hit. But now the graveyard will be, or rather not the graveyard, the psychologist will be the one taking the next kite.
Yeah, and I do think that it's going to be quite a hard kite for 72S here. He's already taken 2 hits. However, the priestess is here ready to support with a body block as well as more portals, but instead abandoning 72S to his fate at Deathworld's hands, and instead is going to be going down here. Deathworld does have his teleport available, so he could perhaps like roam about and just teleport back to the chair after getting a hit here when camping. However, keep in mind that the acrobat is injured, the mercenary is the only one who has titanus, so he has to go and rescue. He only has 1 elbow pad left from that usage that we saw earlier at the corner building though. So it's good. Their survivors in general seem to be a bit tight on resources, but instead teleporting over to the acrobat, and he's going to be going down trying to get as much cipher progress on that cipher as possible. That was a very interesting choice by Deathworld, and also quite lucky on his part being able to get that acrobat down so quickly after the teleport.
Yeah, like I was just a bit shocked that the acrobat was still decoding and got down. So yeah, that was a bit of like unexpected. So now Deathworld was just going to be patrolling around, and mercenary is, after rescue 1, is going to go for the second rescue here. It's going to go to pull off the acrobat, but keep in mind the acrobat, or rather the mercenary, has no tight turner, so Deathworld will be looping around around this one, and one beautiful dash to get close to the acrobat, and the acrobat instantly goes down the moment he got saved, and now this will be his second chair. So BK, like we can see 3 ciphers are still left. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think this team is now in the survivor's favor or more of the hunter's favor?
I do think that it's going to be more in the hunter's favor right now because the psychologist being injured, the mercenary being injured, they don't have Titaner. The priestess is the only one who is like viable for a rescue because she's not one hit. The mercenary could go, but it would be so much risk. He has no elbow pads, he has no Titaner, and it seems that he is actually not going to go for the rescue as he's being chased off by Deathworld. Going back to camp to the chair, just making sure no one can like rescue the acrobat, just trying to secure that one elimination because as we see there is one cipher remaining. They do have quite a lot of cipher progress, especially considering the fact that the acrobat cipher had about like 50% progress, but now instead going to go for the mercenary, instead getting the hit off, and now he is going to be going down in around 15 seconds here. But will he make it to the portal is the question. No, he will not, as he's going to be going down right in front of it.
Ooh, such amazing pullback! Like that's why you should hold your hands in the ever-saving town against the Night Watch, because he can always pull you back no matter, as long as you give them line of sight. The mercenary will be chaired and Gotcha will be teleporting to the priestess. And oh, that was a very, very risky thought. Like I think it was like 2 seconds away from getting a terror shock, but is able to escape with the portal. So priestess will be the one taking the first cut, and amazing pullback from Deathworld, instantly downing the priestess though. So this is just some amazing back and forth ongoing currently.
Yeah, this is just like, it's just like, you know, like back forth. It's like yesterday's matches, you know, they are just like going back and forth and back and forth. However, Deathworld does have to be very, very careful here. This cipher has around 75% progress, not to mention that accelerated decoding is in play right now, so they do have very, very fast decoding speed, but managing to use the pull to get the mercenaries injured, and now going to be on the ground soon, forcing the psychologist to rescue. But the priestess is up and running, but now the psychologist is going to be getting chased. Everyone is injured, everyone's like, the mercenary is incapacitated, everyone's like on their second or last chair. They don't have a lot of cipher progress except for that one just being camped very heavily. It's just absolute chaos in the survivor side right now, Joe.
Yeah, like this is like ping pong, and everyone is getting hit one after another. As I think there were 3 hits in a very close time of each other. The mercenary will be the second chair right now. We can see that the acrobat is the one decoding a new cipher, and the psychologist is going to be the one hiding in the vicinity just to give more tinnitus. But here, can Deathworld spot the psychologist? Just though doesn't seem like it. The psychologist is doing a very good job in like evading and not getting hit. Like this is why you have to, being sneaky is part of identity B of not getting fired. As the psychologist, it seems like doing it, as Deathworld still not being able to find the psychologist currently.
Yeah, but it seems that the psychologist is trying to make a run for it, not to rescue the mercenary. It seems that she seems to be cutting her losses and running away, but perhaps the psychologist was trying to run to the cipher to try and get as much progress as possible. But as we can see, the priestess's cipher is around like 85% complete. It has quite a lot of progress, so if the psychologist does go down here, it's very likely that they are going to be going into the end game.
Yep. Oh, goes for a pull here, not able to do so. And actually attempts to dash, but you cannot dash through the obstacle. So after that hit, we are going to be approaching endgame, and currently 2 survivors still remain, so they can possibly go for that one man. And Deathworld is just going to be looping around, hoping to down the psychologist as soon as possible. Misses that pullback and allowing like 72S to vault through the pallet, and he's 72S is just looking to survive for long, is able to slam that pallet, buying more time for teammates, and currently these Deathworld just cannot down the psychologist at all.
Yes, but getting the terror shock on the psychologist, leaving her down on the ground, and now teleporting over to the gate, letting the psychologist use her heal. But Gotcha, it seems, has different plans, trying to run away preemptively, and is using her portals to get away from Deathworld. But it seems using that really good pull there and trying to get a hit on the priestess, manages to get a hit. But now the question is, will the psychologist be able to use her self-heal in time and escape out the gate or maybe even the dungeon? Deathworld here trying to avoid the tram. Will he, maybe even giving a chance for Gotcha to struggle out of the balloons here?
I'm not certain. Well, he is going to drop the chair, BK, but now the psychologist is up. Like, I think that's your question answered. Now the $1 million question is that can Deathworld find where is the psychologist? Because the psychologist already got out of the gate area, and it will be like making a U-turn all the way across the dancing geisha to try and make the dungeon. But if Deathroot being able to know, though, he's actually very close right now, but still not being able to find the correct direction, as Deathroot mistakenly thought that the psychologist is around the corner house, but the psychologist is already near the graveyard, but Deathroot doesn't seem to know it.
It seems that the psychologist is already at the dungeon and Deathroot's on the other side of the map. He's not going to be able to make it there in time. So I do believe that this is going to be a 3-kill, 1 escape situation, giving the points for 3 to TNG and then 1 to Venom. So it's going to be a very close match, but now the score is going to be in Venom's favor. So if you look at the decoding progress here, you can see the priestess with 300% decoding
Wow.
progress. My goodness, that's insane. Like, priestess is the real decoder.
Yeah, Princess is the queen of decoding, so we are also able to see the psychologist kite for 128 seconds, being the only one to escape, and also did last for quite an amount of time during the end game. And the mercenary and the acrobat both also have some decent kiting time with 77 and 92 seconds respectively, and Priestess also was 60 seconds, but then she did decode 3 ciphers as you mentioned. But yeah, that was actually a quite amazing game because if we notice, it was very close to 4K, yet so close, yet so far. So what do you think could have been for a 4K if that's what TNG's Hunter's aiming for?
I do think that maybe teleporting over to the priestess cipher right before it was primed may have given Deathworld a shot at getting the 4K, because the priestess would have been on her second chair, and the psychologist is quite close to the cipher too, which has a lot of progress decoded by the acrobat previously. But but depending on how much the priestess kites, it may or may not have been enough to pop it before the priestess goes down. So I do think that had the priestess kited for long enough, if Deathworld teleported over, it would have been the same outcome. But I do think Deathworld taking a chance on the priestess would have given a better shot than with the psychologist, because that area was kind of not in his favor, because there were already some pulled pallets that the psychologist was able to play around, buying a little bit of time for the priestess to prime the cipher.
Yep, yeah, very good analysis. Looking back, it was just so close yet so far, but So I think for all those TNG fans in the chat, it will be a bit of a shame. But then again, don't give up, because we still also have more games to come. Here's a quick recap on the score. As we can see, this is a 6-3 score, which is in Venom's favor right now. But it's not over yet, because we still have BO2 and BO3. So there is still a chance for TNG to turn things around. But so depending on what happens, right?
Yeah, definitely. I do think that given TNG's, I keep bringing this up. The last yesterday's matches with TNG, they really fought to the death, to the absolute extreme end of the world to get a spot here. I don't think that they're just going to roll over and give up just because there's a 3-point difference. They are definitely going to have a sit down pep talk, be okay, guys, we are going to win this. They are definitely going to reorganize and just really push for that extra points, as many points as possible in this next second round here, I do think. But Venom has to be careful of that, I think, because they have the upper hand, but they mustn't lose their footing. Otherwise, it could end up being a landslide in TNG's favor instead.
Yeah, obviously, even though if you're in the lead, you should not let your guard down, because you only won the first round, you still have 2 more games. But then again, for Venom, I actually want to applaud them for the resilience they had, because for those of you who didn't watch yesterday, Venom was behind at BO1, but then in the BO2 they did manage to get a 4 escape that allowed them to reverse the entire score, and that's some pretty strong resilience from Venom survivors. So you definitely should not underestimate them. It was also the same deal in that game just now, because they were also seems to be very close for a 4K, but yet they're just able to claw and stay alive and just grasp onto whatever they can, and it was enough to get a 1 escape despite the relatively bad game that happened.
Yeah, it's just like you mentioned before, I think IDV is a very back and forth game, and that applies to these tournaments as well. Have the first match obviously very back and forth, and same with this match as well. It's a lot of back and forth. So in these upcoming rounds, I do think that looking forward to like seeing if we have any like back and forth between Venom and TG is going to be one of the highlights for this tournament in general. So I really look forward to that.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to that too, because like it's just so amazing to see some back and forth, this person shine, that person shine, and just the beauty of competitive IDV is that when there are like so many crazy amount of good plays, which was indeed the case that throughout this IVA. So I'm actually excited for more, BK.
Me too. But we will have more in a bit, John. We are going to be going in a little bit of a short break here, so we will catch you after the break. Bye-bye.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。 レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ、罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目を よく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
Hello everyone! Welcome back to more IVA action. I am your caster, Invisible Jong, who is not invisible, and joined by me is the one and the only BK Boy. So BK Boy, like, currently we are at the second round, and I am excited based on how exciting and intense the first game are. Are you excited for the next ones?
Yeah, I am so excited because as we saw, Venom with the 4 elimination and then Touch and Go with the 3 elimination. So the score right now, as you can see, is 6-3. So it seems that TNG has to really like pull up in terms of points, which is not impossible. They do definitely have a shot. It's going to be quite down to the wire this whole round, I feel like, because it would be quite a shame, I think, if TNG were to just go down in a landslide, if they were to just, after having that insane amount of fighting spirit that we saw in their match against Phoenix yesterday. So they fought all this way here. I think it would be a shame for them to not even make it to the BO3. So
yeah, well, for all those TNG fans like out there, like, sure, support in the chat. Like, you give up some hearts, some emojis, or shout out their team names, whatever. Just let the teams know that you're supporting for them. Personally, like, for those like TNG, I remembered yesterday at the BO4 first half, they got free escape and they must escape in a faster amount of time. And they're able to pull it off. Like, that amount of discipline and control was just so insane. So like one thing that I'm certain, like, based on yesterday, is that TNG is definitely a very resilient team that never gives up until the very last moment. So we can probably expect to see like them to fight for the very best.
They have to like fight for the very best, I think, if they wish to move on to the grand finals that are going to be happening tomorrow. It's kind of a shame though that unfortunately they kind of lagged behind in this first round. I have a friend who has this very funny saying. She says the misfortune lingers. So I do hope that the misfortune will not linger in these upcoming rounds. So hopefully we get to see a lot of like back and forth in this next half year.
Yeah, but then again, like, if one team just dominates, then it's just like their team's good performance. So yeah, like, I'm just excited, and I hope that both teams would give out their best performance, and we see some exciting matches as we are going to be heading into the BP. So Seer and the Priestess will be thrown out, and this is going to be the Red Church, BK Boy.
Yeah, Red Church is quite an interesting map choice here. It's kind of like I feel like it's the standard map for like all your custom games and your rank matches and your quick matches. It's very rare to see it in a lot of like championships and tournaments like this. You generally see some maps like the Arms Factory, the Ever Sleeping Town, Sacred Heart Hospital, stuff like that. So I am actually quite happy to see the Red Church being picked finally. And as we can see from the band picks, Seer and Priestess immediately just, sent to jail for the crime of being good in this game. No, I'm joking. But they are quite good in the meta right now. Seer is a very useful support, and Priestess as well, very good at supporting and kiting. So I do think that Deathworld just banning these survivors right off the spot is going to be very in his favor.
Yeah, well, actually, like, I'm a hunter main, so I would also like to see Seer and Priestess thrown to jail as well, as they just give me a very, very hard time. So yep, so you're definitely not joking about that. But we're going to be seeing Night Watch as the new member in jail. So yep, 3 person in jail right now, 2 survivors, 1 hunter, no Night Watch apparently from the S-Badge Night Watch, as the mercenary and the psychologist will be making their appearance here. So this is going to be two pretty like solid hunter or solid survivors, because they can tank a lot of hits.
Yeah, and as well as the fact that they were the survivors that were picked when Venom was able to get that one escape in the last round as well, 72 as a psychologist and Tartaglia as mercenary. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to play. I mean, they must be having the mentality of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because if they were able to get the hand up with that team composition in the last round, then surely it'll work for this round instead. Though the question is, who will Deathworld play now that the Night Watch has just been banned outright? Because I do believe that in the last round, we were speculating that Deathworld could pull out his Breaking Wheel, but Breaking Wheel on the Red Church is actually kind of an interesting choice because there's quite a few like windows and windows that are hard to get around for the Breaking Wheel. So I do think that if he chooses the Breaking Wheel, it's going to be kind of an obstacle for him to get over.
Well, maybe we'll be seeing the Hell Emperor that we have been talking around for quite some time by now. If Hell Emperor is or maybe like my one and beloved Wu Chang is chosen, I'll probably scream and explode live on stream due to pure excitement. So we'll have to see as the previous birthday girl Martha and Mike the Acrobat is also the next two survivors who are joining the Seer and the Priestess in the co-ed jail. So female dancer and acrobat is gone now. So what do you think this is suggesting?
I do think that the acrobat ban is definitely to try and get rid of, I believe it was FS210's acrobat in the last game, because that acrobat was, especially with the help of his teammates Priestess, was actually quite the hassle for Deathworld. So I do think that Deathworld tried to more specifically target his opponents' mains and like main characters, is trying to force them to use characters that they are more unfamiliar or like they are less strong at, which would be in Deathworld's favor again. Familiarity
is definitely a thing. Deathworld is going to be studying their opponents. Like, I know what you're familiar with. I am watching you. I have an entire notebook of who you're good with. So I'm not going to let you play it. You have to play with what you're not familiar against. So Deathworld is going to be making this plan. Then let's see what pay off. The Antiquarian is going to be the next member chosen here. Going to be having with her stick just smack the hunter around like there's no tomorrow. So we are going to be seeing more like Antiquarian action in the Red Church.
Gotche in particular, if he is the one playing Antiquarian, has played Antiquarian for Venom's team before. It's just quite an interesting choice to see the Antiquarian being picked here, because if Deathworld was to play the Breaking Wheel, Antiquarian is a very, very solid choice against anyone's Breaking Wheel, because having the ability to disarm this hunter in his most vulnerable state is very, very useful, especially considering that in his in the early game when he has no presence at all, it's going to be very hard for him to get any presence to begin with, because the only way he can injure survivors is by using his normal attack, which can be disarmed by the Antiquarian.
Yep, so what we have to see will be if we're going to be seeing more Antiquarian action, but whose action we're not going to be seeing? We're not seeing more flashlight option, as the thief will be banned. Like, I don't think I exactly saw this creature ban incoming. So yeah, thief for flashlights likes to flash the hunter and just blinden him. So it seems that Deathworld does not like to get blinded and want to keep his eyes clear on his target. So what else do you think would this thief ban be suggesting?
I just want to say that I respect Deathworld for banning Thief. My god, I do find him annoying as a hunter myself. Like, yes, into the jail! No, I'm joking. But Deathworld banning the Thief here, I do think that it does suggest him playing like a single hit hunter. Like, if the Night Watch was not banned, he would definitely be playing Night Watch now, especially with this Thief ban. But I do think other possible choices would be, single hit hunters who have their abilities in general are quite limited. It's more just what you can do with the abilities. So, for example, like the Geisha with her, illegal dashes, dashing through the walls, which there are numerous spots where that you can do that in the Red Church. So if Deathworld was to play the Geisha, I do think that would be very, very interesting and very good to see.
Yep, so we actually can see that the last survivor pick have been selected, so it will be the patient. So yep, today we'll be once again seeing the lovers in going to be chosen for Venom's side, and we'll be waiting on what is Deathworld be chosen. Like, as BK Boy mentioned before, like, the Geisha is definitely an option, and from what I recall, Deathworld also did play the Bloody Queen yesterday, and also the Galatea too. So, but not going either of those, and we'll be going the disciple. The cat lady is going to be the one today, and we'll be aiming to like get the survivors with all those cats. So, what do you think about like who do you think actually is having the advantage if this is the disciple being chosen?
Okay, so now this actually makes a lot more sense. Now like the pieces are fitting together, it's definitely going to be in Deathwolf's favor. The Antiquarian being on the survivor side is going to be it's going to be like Antiquarian is still going to have like the same level of threat, but now Deathworld with his cats is actually going to have a way of countering the Antiquarian by getting a cat onto the Antiquarian and just locking her abilities, or even just like if the Antiquarian just decides to get close to try and even like stun and smack the hunter around, they're just gonna get stunned immediately with the cats instead. So it's going to be quite tough for the Antiquarian to be able to and perform any kind of harassing or supporting abilities against Deathworld here. I do think that the main survivor that Deathworld has to watch out for is the patient, because the patient's hooks will gain a lot of distance away from the cats.
Yeah, like while thinking, I actually just realized that one of the possible reasons that the disciple is good against the Antiquarian is because the cat likes to bite her stick, so she cannot use the stick as the cat got rid of it. The cat bit her stick, and the Antiquarian is like, "Oh, where's my stick?" No, I'm just kidding about that. But yeah, so actually, like BK mentioned, that the Antiquarian can be the first one being chased. We'll have to see if that's the case, though. But if it's not the Antiquarian, the Psychologist is also a decent target, just because the fact that she like has no abilities. So we'll have to see, though, because like the map selection is going to be important, and don't forget, currently Touch and Go is the team that's falling behind, so that means that they are the team that has more ground to cover now.
Yes, but however, given this matchup, I do think that, and like I do think that this is in Deathworld's favor. So this lineup specifically is going to be quite in Deathworld's favor again, and it's going to them to be able to catch up, I do think, because Red Church is the smallest map in IDV, so the disciple's lack of like map control abilities, like she's very chase oriented. She doesn't have that many like map control abilities. Like for example, the Mary, she can use her mirror to kind of affect the ciphers that are way across the map. But Deathworld's End here does not have that ability. So the map being quite small actually makes the cipher control and the map control much easier on the hunter's part.
Yep, so we actually see before the game is that the disciple did spawn at the back gate with the patient, and I believe that was the Psychologist. Correct me if I'm wrong. So if that's the case, then there's a highly likely chance that the Psychologist will be taking the first kite. But we are going to be hopping into the game with your lovely casters, Invisible Joe and BK Boy, bringing you with the BO2 first half action. So Deathward here is going to be heading straight to 72 as a disciple, but actually going to be looping behind, believing that the Psychologist make a U-turn, but nope, the Psychologist is not there, allowing her to gain some distance.
However, keep in mind that the Psychologist does have the broken windows trait, which means that if she is able to vault a pallet here and get away from the graveyard, it means that she's going to be able to get a good transition away. And getting the first hit off with some very good mind games there by Deathworld and 72S means that the first presence is going to be that much closer, as well as the Psychologist being that much more injured, getting the second hit off almost instantly. Jong, this is like going to be looking quite bad for the survivors, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, BK, like that 2 hits was very fast, especially considering the fact that now there's another cat on him and another jump to instantly stun. And will we be seeing the third hit? Yep, the third hit is going to be coming. Oh my goodness, like this is not even 60 seconds in the game. Like there's actually a very, very fast down that happened in a matter of the blink of an eye, BK Boy.
Yeah, like that was a really, really fast down. So it's going to be very much in Deathworld's favor. Again, I keep saying that. I should stop. So 72S going to be on the chair here means that they do have to kind of force an early rescue if they want to get more cipher progress done. They could afford to sell the Psychologist. However, she does have her broken windows trait, and thus the patient going in for the rescue here seems to be like the optimal solution for the survivors.
Yeah, and goes for the blink, but downs the patient, instead allowing the Psychologist to transition out. So Disciple here will have a change of mind, and the patient will now be the one on chair, allowing the psychologist to get off scot-free. So that's a pretty decisive move from the Disciple, but let's see, will it pay off? Because now the mercenary is going to be the one in the vicinity, hoping to rescue, just trying to and you have to watch out, the Disciple has some strong camming games, so Disciple here goes for the jump, able to stun the mercenary, gets the hit, the mercenary goes for an elbow pad, and let's see what will happen, goes for the rescue, and gets another hit, so this is a double down situation, PK Boy.
This is going to be quite the turn of events, but Tagliak here able to block the way for Death will allow him the patient to escape. That was very fun to watch. Oh my goodness. That was a very good body block on the part of the mercenary. But the patient, as I mentioned earlier, using the hooks to escape the Disciple's jumping abilities is going to be very good. Accidentally jumps to the wrong pad, it seems, and locking the patient's last hook from being used. The Disciple does not have her blink left, however she does have the fast pallet breaking ability, which means that she will just mow through those pallets if the patient does decide to slam them down a lot like that.
Yeah, but the patient sort of jumped into the open, so with that, it's able to get the stun and down goes the patient, and we can see that Gotje's anti-current is in the vicinity, but doesn't seem to be going to be trying anything naughty. So Death World is going to be cheering. Gotje is in the vicinity, but still, regardless, this Death World is able to chair at the closest chair nearby. So now he's going to be releasing a catch, trying to spot out where the anti-current is, and hopefully to force out an early rescue. And the anti-current is just looking to evade the cats for now, as they do not want to get forced rescue, and goes for the stack, and is able to get a lot of silencing on, but Death World able to get the stun and goes for the hit, and there goes the rescue here.
Yes, but do keep in mind, the mercenary and psychologist together are decoding the cipher that has around 80% progress, not to mention accelerated decoding is in play, I believe. Plus, they're decoding together. That decoding progress is going to be extra fast. So by the time this patient goes down here, the cipher may be already ready to pop. The Antiquarian trying her best to support the patient and is able to allow the patient to escape into the end game. This is going to be a very tight game for Death World here, John.
Yeah, because we are actually approaching a format endgame situation, and now this is going to be a blink, so down goes the patient. Meanwhile, we can see that the gate on the other side is 90%, and everyone is already at the other side of the gate, as the free survivors will lovely hold hands and get out of the gate. They're just a little bit relieved that they won't be seeing the hunter, and this is going to be a free survivor elimination for BO2 first half, BK boys, so this is definitely not a good sign for TNG at all.
Absolutely. I do think that right now the pressure is all on TNG survivors. They have to match with Venom's survivors right now. They have to get a 3 escape or more if they want to have any chance of getting into the finales later on, because they are already lagging behind in terms of points, and now with this 3 escape, they're going to be lagging behind even more. And we can kind of see why where the Disciple actually kind of had made a few kind of fumbles in terms of the map control. You can see the Antiquarian had 200% decoding progress, which means that for the most of the game, she wasn't actually around harassing. So that having that much decoding progress for a harasser is a really good sign for the survivors, I do think.
Yeah, so here are some other statistics. As we have the patient that contained for 92 seconds. As you did indeed mention before, the game patient is very strong against the Disciple, able to cover a lot of ground with the patient with his hooks. The mercenary having 46 seconds, and the psychologist, despite that very fast early down, or rather in general, despite the very fast early down from the survivor team in general, they're still able to clutch out a free escape. It was just so amazing, as if you just showed me the start of the game, I would not have expected this is how it would have ended.
No, me neither, John. Absolutely. It's just the way that the game was in the beginning and the way that the game is at the end. It seems to be kind of a pattern here, don't you think, for these set of games? It seems to be going one way for one way at this time, and then by the end of the game, it's just completely turned around a 180 situation. So I do think that despite the psychologist early down, they were able to actually get a fairly they were able to turn the game around quite a lot. The Cypher Rush was very much on point. The mercenaries being able to the ability to be able to just like block that path. If you remember that, John, just blocking the path for Deathworld, that was actually bought a lot of time for the patient to be able to get away and use his hooks. So a lot of like very good teamwork and team coordination on Venom's part allowed them to get a 3 escape, I do think.
Yeah, the patient, like the mercenary holding in clutch over there, just being able to clog the hunter, it was just so amazing. And as you predicted before the game, patience, hooks covering ground, and just overall, like Venom Survivor is actually has a very, very strong performance throughout this tournament. Like it's just so amazing to see like we have actually talked this quite a few times already, is that Identity V is a game that changes in a dime. So who knows, like maybe like it would keep on happening in the future, and maybe in the future we'll have games where you eliminate a survivor and they mysteriously respawn back into the game for some odd reasons. Who knows? This is the beauty of Identity V.
Yeah, that survivor is definitely going to be like, you thought you could get rid of me? I will have my revenge. And it's just, that is definitely going to be like my antiquarians in my ranked games whenever I play Hunter. It's just like, I thought they're gone and then now they're back. But my personal anecdotes aside, I do think that the antiquarian here coming in clutch for the end game there, like you saw, like the patient did go down, but the cipher wasn't primed yet. It was like 1 or 2 seconds away from priming, and then the antiquarian is coming and just smacking that hunter away, allowing the patient to get up off the ground with the borrowed time and then escape with the speed boost at the end game. That was very, very good, because if the patient had been able to be chaired before they popped the cipher, then it means that Deathworld would have been able to go for like whoever was closest, most likely the antiquarian, and he did have his blink up at that time. So if the patient was dead before the end game, then he would be able to go for the antiquarian, use his blink to get a down with detention, and then it would end in a draw, which would not be as bad as it is now for TNG. So I do think that the antiquarian being there is definitely like one of the examples of the game's turning on a dime. Like a single person doing a single action can change the game.
Yeah, the antiquarian holding in clutch, like that's why as a hunter main, I personally throw her in ban jail a lot, just because like she is a huge headache and a nightmare to deal with. So here a quick recap on the scores. We can see that Venom won the first round 6-3, and then is a 3-1, which, as you mentioned, at the next game, Touch and Go survivor must get a free escape, because if they're not being able to do so, then they'll be eliminated for good. Because this is the loser's bracket match, and there are no fair chances for whoever team gets eliminated. So TNG will have to step up their game for the BO2 second half for certain.
Yeah, definitely. It's like I said, it's going to be very much a shame for TNG to come all this way and just not even make it to the BO3, you know, because I really hope that we can get like more in matches, because then it's going to be more entertainment for you and for me and for the audience as well. So I do think that TNG has to fight. I'm right now, I don't like want to seem personally biased, but I just hope that they at least get into the BO3 here, because, you know, it would be very much a shame to have to cut this game short, you know?
Well, I mean, it would be nice to see like if TNG ends up performing good. But then again, if Venom is like just perform like their hunter and their survivor's performance from this tournament is just too strong. Like it's just very strong. Like BO1, their hunter completely obliterated, and then their survivor steps up their game in BO2. Like Venom is like a team right now with both factions all giving it their all and just boosting their team forward. So it's just amazing, and I actually want to applaud how well Venom's performance is so far in the game. So right now, TNG, like it would be a bit of a shame if for any team that gets eliminated, but I'm just looking to see the fight of the best of the best.
Yes, me too. It's just like having these two teams here. They like, okay, I do think that you are very correct about Venom being like they're very adept and competent at what they do. So having these two teams, Venom and TNG, just the very best of the best going up against each other is definitely one of the highlights of IPA. That's why people watch. It's just very interesting to see like the top tier, the highest level play, just going against each other, seeing like who can come out on top. So that is all about the excitement. That's what IVA is about, am I right?
Yep, that's what IVA is about. Or like competitive IDV, like people all come around, fight, try their best, try different strategies, and just to find out who is the best of the best. So we're actually currently already at day 5 of this tournament, and the finals will be tomorrow, but like the IVA so far, despite their 4 teams already gone, like it's just so amazing. And I personally remember all the teams that already got eliminated because every team that participated had a very, very strong performance. So, and I think that everyone is like praiseworthy just the fact that they are already here. Then there can only be one winner, as this is sadly a cruel world in competitive IDV.
Yeah, everyone is doing their best and everyone is definitely very good at what they do, but unfortunately there can only be one person on top. Even if everyone is good, there can only be one number one, the numero uno, and that is why we are here to find out. But we will be finding it out in a little bit after we go into a short break here. So see you in a bit. Bye bye.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私2人で誓ったもの。 レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, welcome back to more IVA action. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan, joined by my lovely co-caster, BK Boy, and we are going to be in the BL2 second half between V and M, Venom, and Touch and Go. So currently, things are looking to be in Venom's favor, aren't they?
Yeah, as you can see by the scoreboard down there, Venom has a total of 9 to TNG's total of 4, which means that in order to just like even out the scoreboard, TNG will have to get a 5-0 in terms of points for just to like even it out, just to even out the score. In this next half, they have to get 5-0, which means that the survivors have to get a 4-man escape, which is going to be very, very tough and very much the pressure is very much on for TNG survivors, I do think.
Yeah, like, and not to count that if they just want to like get into BO3, they will need a free escape. So Touch and Go definitely will have to step their game up, and if there are any Touch and Go fans in the chat, just send some your messages of support, because I'm pretty sure the players would love to see them and to just manifest and receive help from all the way across the world throughout the screens. So actually for both teams, just show your support in the chat, as I'm pretty sure the players would love to see people cheering them live on the stream.
Yeah, definitely. Just showing just show your guys' support to the players. It will really, really improve, like, you know, the whole like team spirit as well as like the competitive aspect of this game. We're all here to just like chill and have fun. This is a competitive game, but at the end of the game, at the end of the day, the point of the game is to have fun. So don't need to be so serious. Just show your support, guys, and let's just like have fun in these next few matches.
Yep. So right now, like TNG definitely will have to step their game up, because this might be potentially their last game, seeing the fact that they must get free escape. So if they want to play a free escape, then what are we expecting to be seeing from TNG?
I do think that it definitely going to be maybe like a harasser and or / rescue heavy team composition. We've seen before that they do quite like mercenary, especially like Wolfie on the mercenary is a very common sight in Team TNG here. But as well as the fact of, you know, very household common survivors such as antiquarian, acrobat, psychologist, female dancer, and as you can see, Seichu here reading my mind through the screen, getting the female dancer right out of the way in the beginning. Just no, thank you, no, not dealing with that. Nope. I respect that.
Yeah, speak about jinxing, because you definitely jinxed the Martha band, BK. So for those of you who wanted to see the female dancer, let's file a letter of complaint to BK Boy for jinxing it. Nah, I'm just kidding about that. But we are going to be seeing the Water Lady going to be thrown in jail this time, so I'm sad as a Night main. But we do recall Seichu getting that 4th survivor elimination right off the bat. So TNG is like, nope, I'm not going to deal with it anymore. So with that, the Knight will be into jail. And actually, I'm interested because Deer's not being banned. So what does this mean?
I do think that it means that it's, you know, obviously it's going to be open for TNG to take. Now the question is, will they take this chance to really just like grab the Seer before he gets banned? And I do think that that would be a fairly wise choice, because Seer is one of the top bans right now. Like if you notice, left, right, center, Seer bans. No thank you, not dealing with that. But depending on who Seichu plays, the Seer may or may not be an issue. If it's, for example, someone like Bonbon or a Sculptor or Mad Eyes even, the Seer would be less of a hassle and less of a threat. So having that kind of hunter so Seichu having that kind of hunter in his pocket and not banning the Seer means that he may play that hunter. But Touch and Go, the question is, will TNG take the bait? Will they use the Seer as their lineup?
Well, only time will tell. As currently, don't forget cannot go for any safe strategies. The TNG will have to be like, risk it all, give it their all, and throw everything into the pot. Just hopefully something sticks it out. So we'll have to see though. Like, they just setting out a bait, but does TNG dare to bite it? This is going to be one very interesting question. But like, we talked about TNG going for a harass and rescue heavy team comp. But what do you think Seichu will like? What will we be expecting from Seichu? Like, what else do you think?
That is a very good question. I do think that, again, like I mentioned before, a chip damage hunter like a Bonbon would be quite viable, especially in map like this. Bonbon has very the general strategy against the Bonbon is to just avoid his strong suit. So Bonbon's strong suit is camping and secondly chasing. So just avoiding rescuing will definitely buy TNG a lot of time. However, you have to remember TNG cannot risk selling any of their members. They have to really rely on the kiting as well as the rescuing and potentially the harassing to get a 3 or 4 escape. Because if they get a 2 escape, then they're not going to be able to make it to the BO3. So they have to really give it their all. So Seichu knows this. Seichu knows that they have to really risk everything. So by playing a very risky to go against hunter like the Bonbon would be very much in Seichu's favor.
No ties allowed. So if it's going to be it would be the Penguin making his appearance, as he's definitely a strong possibility. But personally, I do expect to see a Bonbon as well. Even though watch Seichu be listening and eavesdropping on a conversation, and once again pick something different just so that we would look like complete clowns for guessing it wrong. Yeah. But if it's not the Bonbon, maybe we'll see some more off-meta characters. We've been manifesting a lot. Maybe this will be the time finally, who knows? Maybe it'll end up being something that no one expected. We'll just watch ourselves explode live on stream.
Yeah. If I had to pick the most forgotten about Hunter that could be picked right now, I definitely say it would be, I do think, the evil reptilian. No one even remembers that guy. The poor guy, poor Lushino. No one really remembers him. So if he were to be picked by Seichu right now, I would just I don't think I'd be here anymore. I would just be off flying on my own chair, just out of pure excitement.
Well, actually, even reptilian, we may not be seeing much of it, but we actually did see it make an appearance in Koa. Boink boink, in Leo's memory. It had a surprising appearance that paid off pretty well, but imagine if I actually do see it, I will also be very excited too, because it's just not every day we get to see evil reptilian, or maybe the clown that I did mention. These are some off-meta characters that we don't see them being selected for a fair reason, but if they do, then it's just so exciting for not us, but also the viewers too, because it's just too rare that when you see it, then we'll have the whole chat flooding in with all their screams and excitement and support all the way across their screens.
Yeah, definitely. Just having all of these really off-meta picks is one of the exciting things about the game. Just having these off-meta picks, I think one of the earlier matches, way back in the last week's matches, we did see a cowboy being picked on one of the survivor sites, so that was very interesting. So hopefully we can see more of that by TNG and Seichu here.
Yeah, cowboy is actually pretty off-meta. We did talk about off-meta hunters, but what off-meta survivors do we actually have? We actually did see a lot of survivors being selected one way or another, but one I definitely thought of is the lawyer or the lucky guy. They are very off-meta characters, and imagine if we get to see them. They did make their appearance in Koa and it was so surprising, but yet we just never really see the veterans in the vicinity and in the mix.
Now, talk about veterans. Why don't we talk about a very COA veteran, the wildling and the forward? Have you seen a wildling lately, Jong? That is my question, because I have not. These guys are so rare nowadays. Normally you only see them in ranked matches with badges. So if we do end up seeing a wildling in this IVA games, it's going to be very, very interesting, because wildling is very much watching. I don't mean to offend the Wildling mains in the chat, the audience, but Wildling is very much a relic of the past COAs. This is mostly more of a antiquarian and prospector inter for harassing meta. So I do think that if they were to pick like a Wildling, for example, they would really have to pick up the decoding slang.
Well, actually, Wildling and Forward, we actually did see them a bit in Koa. Like, they are obviously not selected like a lot, but we did see them a bit though. So they're not exactly off meta yet, but definitely not as popular as before. But so actually, like right now, like we've actually been talking like a lot of characters that we want to see. Like we talked about the Evil Reptilian, and I want to see the Wu Chang, and also Wildling Lawyer. Like, if there's any more like off meta picks. Like, I feel like there's just so many off-meta picks and characters that people would want to see. So for the people in the chat, if you want to see a particular character, scream it out. Maybe, who knows? Maybe the players will be like having a monitor on the chat, and it will be like, oh hey, this character seems cool. Let me just play it to please the audience. Like then we'll have the entire audience like be excited.
Yeah. Being a crowd pleaser might not get them points, but it will definitely get them points in the hearts of the audience. So I do think that appealing to the audience is going to be very, very nice to see. However, it will not be. I do think that these teams right now, they are going to have like set strategies that they are going to follow. So I do think that one of these potential strategies that we have seen a lot is like, for example, a very stable rescue harasser team composition, like we saw before, many times before actually, the mercenary plus antiquarian combo, a very, very stable and often seen duo. I do think that, like I said before, Wolfie's mercenary is very, very good and not to be reckoned with. So I do think that if they were to choose an antiquarian, I would like to see that being picked. And as you can see here, not the antiquarian, but the prospector instead.
Oh, so seems over here, Touch and Go actually has a different strategy and going to be going for that Norton, considering that they need a free escape. So they probably is hoping to the prospector have like a more of a free escaping chance than the antiquarian maybe. And the next two are going to be selected, and it's going to be the acrobat and the patient will be thrown in the shadow realm this time, not being allowed to climb back into the mortal realm. So right now, like, what do you think we'll be expecting to see for TNG?
I do think that, like I said, the very stable rescue harasser comp with the prospector instead of the antiquarian, but seeing here the Lucino, the professor, I did say that I would be very excited to see Evil Reptilian, and I guess I did get my wish granted. So thank you, TNG, for making my wish come true. The professor is a very, very interesting choice, and actually, let's actually talk about that, John, because like the professor is very interesting. He looks kind of like a seer or a perfumer with like his scale dodging a regular hit, plus he has that extra protection against a single chip damage, in case you forget. So it's going to be quite good against certain hunters, like for example a Sculptor or a Bonbon, like I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, like it'll be very interesting to see how does this professor perform. But first of all, I think BK Boy, that's in one way your wish is granted, because we did see the Evil Reptilian, albeit in survivor form, but yeah, like that's your wish granted, so I'm excited right now. So it's also like the other thing is that we don't see a lot of professors. Like we do occasionally see some of them, but not a lot. So I am very excited to see how well this professor performs, and how would he be dropping his shields and just like applaud to all the audience here, BK.
Yes, definitely. And oh my goodness, John, are you seeing this? We have a magician pick as well. This is going to be really, really good. It seems that TNG is going for the harasser with the prospector, the rescue with the mercenary, and then some very, very interesting choices for kiters as well, with the professor and the magician instead. Seems like, decoding progress be damned. I will be picking the kiters, and it seems that as long as they can kite, they will be able to escape Seichu's Bonbon's wrath here. So I think the plan right now for TNG is to kite as long as possible and just kite until like 3-4 ciphers are done, because it seems that as they do not have a lot of decoding progress decoders on the team, so they will struggle in terms of decoding progress.
Yep, so you did mention that they will struggle with decoding. So let's do see would that indeed be the case, as the Penguin is going to be here just throwing bombs. It seems that Red Church is going to be becoming Bomb Town for this map, because for this game, because like there's the Bonbon being selected. So Bonbon, I believe, is a TIE Hunter. So in the game that is a free escape, like who do you think has more of the upper hand? Like if you asked me, I feel like Bonbon being a TIE Hunter, it seems that the tide is more in favor of Seichu.
Yes, that is very true. I do think that right now the tides are in the favor of Seichu, because if one of them, just any one of them, were to go down, they would have a very, very hard time trying to be able to pull off the rescue. And like we mentioned, they have to be able to pull off a rescue without getting stuck, because if they end with a draw, any draw or anything less, they will not be able to make it to the BO3. So they have to really, like, you know, kite as long as humanly possible, and then they, you know, and not give Seichu any chance to perform any of his tricks with camping.
Yeah, so this is a do or die situation right now, as currently TNG will be throwing everything they have, every last bit out of strength, everything, just because of like a teensy thing bit might be the difference, and we will be heading into the spawns as Seichu's Bonbon has already spotted the map and will be wandering around the church, and in front of it, when waiting for him, is the Prospector, who has Fate in the name, so I guess this is really Fate, as whatever happens next will be down to Fate, as Seichu will be wandering into the red carpet, where White is going to be awaiting him as the Professor.
However, I must mention, chasing the Professor first is going to be a little bit tougher than, for example, the Magician or the Prospector, because, like I mentioned before, the Professor has that extra, you know, chip damage shield, like we saw just now. The Professor did get a single chip damage, but was able to block it with the scale, as well as blocking the regular hit attack with that scale. Did you see that, Zhong? That was beautifully timed by White there.
Yeah, Evil Reptilian Hunter form is definitely protecting the Survivor form with the help of the shields. So Bonbon here is going to continue chasing this Professor. It's just going to be looping around this pallet in the hopes to like get a better possession and get some bombs off. But currently not being able to do so, will be merry-go-round an amazing flywheel there just to evade that hit. So currently this Professor is doing a very good job in evading the hits, and finally is going to be taking that normal attack, as White will be making his way inside the church where the Prospector awaits.
Yes, and I do think that this Prospector being here is quite important, because it will allow White to potentially be able to make an escape, but with the blink and the cancel recovery with the Prospector's magnet, beautifully played by Seichu there. That was really, really well timed and well played. Now Seichu is going to have a ball of a time trying to get Fate down, but with the flywheel and into the pallet he goes. My goodness, that is really, really good plays, left, right, and center.
Yeah, what a turn of events from the blank cancel attack recovery to the flywheel effect to evade the hit. Prospector will take another bomb and is not able to evade the charge bomb hit. So now the Prospector will be down, and actually in this range I think there is a possibility that the Prospector will be dropped down to the basement, and yes, it will be. So basement down goes the Prospector. So right now the survivors will have to sit down quickly and analyze and come up with a plan of what to do, because don't forget, tie is not an option.
Yes, exactly. They cannot tie. If they let Fate die here on this chair, it's going to be very, very strenuous and tough on the TNG survivors. So we can see here that Wolfie coming in with the very quick rescue here on Fate, just using that tie to try and get as far away from the basement as possible, just not caring about taking any damage, just trying to get as far away from the basement as possible so that they can pull off a second rescue. That's going to be the general game plan for here, I think, TNG, just trying to make the rescues as easy as possible.
Well, Prospector is going to be going down in the top broken, so now like we can see a free cipher still remain. So this is in a game that they need a free escape, the cipher still relatively has a lot of progress. So what do you think should the survivors do right now? Like they cannot tie, so what should they do?
Well, considering the fact that the professor and the mercenary are injured, but it seems that the mercenary is taking this chance anyways, going in for the rescue, manages to pull it off actually. Insane, but the Prospector goes down again with a time bomb. Unfortunate. However, do keep in mind, 2 ciphers left. The Magician's is 90, the Professor's is 76. It will be a very close. Now, they just have to get all the survivors out. And that is going to be a lot tougher than some of you might think, because getting like all of these survivors out means that they're going to have to escape through the gate or the dungeon, which is going, and Seichu is definitely not going to try and allow that.
Yeah, Bomba will be chasing this professor, and is able to fly will affect that. And currently, this professor is trying to stay alive. And yes, I'm just joking, the professor. And now down goes the professor this time. So, right, but the gate has already popped. So now professor is back up, live and healthy, looking to survive, but is able to taking another remote bomb and a chain bomb earlier. So down goes the professor right now, and he will be dropped. And let's see, where will he be shared? It's actually going to be near the front gate, as Seichu here is planning to probably harass the front gate as well, as he will be throwing a few bombs, trying to like stall the front gate progress, and it's being able to do so. But the Magician is also there hiding nearby, so I think, like, I don't know, if the survivors want a free escape, they need to do some insane movements right now.
Yes, but it seems that Seichu knows that they have to take an insane risk in order to make it here, because just trying to pull off this rescue here, they really are throwing all their eggs into this one basket, trying to bomb down this professor. It's going to be really intense, and almost fakes out the scale, but then actually gets a hit on the professor. That was a really intense gameplay right there. And using the blink to down the Magician as well. My goodness, Jong, what am I seeing here?
Well, this is like a 2 survivor down situation, because right now the survivors must throw it their all. So with the Magician down, Professor's on second chair, the Mercenary is only the last man standing, but the Mercenary will have to do like some insane movements, considering that they must get all 3 remaining survivors out of the gate. And the Mercenary still has 1 shield to work with. We'll see what will be Seichu doing. Will he be chairing the Magician or pressuring the Mercenary? Seems like he goes for the latter and goes for the hit, but it hits the chair, allowing the Mercenary to pull off the rescue, and now 3 survivors are up, and they're all dashing for the gate. Can they make it though? There's 1 chain bomb, another remote bomb. Down goes both the Professor and Magician in 1 move. So let's see what he's doing. He's going to be picking up this Professor, who is dead on chair. So I believe, BK Boy, this will be the end of this matchup with the chair of this Professor.
Yes, it's going to be a draw for this game, which means that unfortunately it does mean that TNG will not be able to get over to the BO3. So it's going to be a victory for Venom here. So congratulations to Venom, but also congratulations to TNG, and a big round of applause for putting up one hell of a fight. That was just insane to see. That was just so good. What do you think, John? It was just like really, really good in general.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, we have to applaud TNG first of all for all their efforts, as they did get very close after like baiting the Hunter to hit on the chair. Unfortunately, it was not good enough, but we have to applaud Venom. Like, they had a very strong performance for today. First of all, their Hunter starts things off with a 4 survivor elimination, which the survivors are able to capitalize on. And later on, Venom's survivors also gets a free survivor elimination, which their Hunter is also able to capitalize on. So, like, as I said, both Venom's Hunter and their survivors both performed extraordinarily well today, and is able to shine like a brightening star. And then, as a result of that, this is allowing them to defeat Touch and Go by a straight up 2-0.
Yeah, that was very, very tough and intense for both sides, especially in that end game there. Like, seeing all 3 of the survivors trying to make a mad dash towards the gate, but not being able to. That was just very, very intense and hard. It was just so good. It was just so good, Jong. It was so intense, and it was very entertaining in general. I cannot wait to see more later on in the next few set of matches.
Yeah, BK Boy, like, if you ask me, that is the definition of esports, because they definitely threw their all, wasn't scared of anything, had to gamble their all, and like, while it was not enough, it was just so amazing to see. And Seichu also did a pretty good job in holding their ground and not losing focus in getting that tie. So it was just an amazing back and forth, and if that's the first matchup we're seeing, I can't wait to see what else we'll be expecting later on in the game.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait for these next few matches, John. So, but it seems that we will be taking a little bit of a short break here before we go into the next matches. So, thank you for watching these 6 matches, and we hope to see you again in the next set of matches. It's going to be a new set of teams, so see you there.
See you guys.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私2人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ、罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
Hey everybody, welcome back to more IVA action. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan, once again joined by my lovely co-caster, BK Boy, and now here comes the match that we have all been waiting for, aren't we, BK?
Yes, the match of all time, you could say. It's going to be FT, the fan, like a very much a fan favorite. They've been in like COAs and IVAs and IVCs and BBCs and ABCs for since
Yep.
like, you know, a long time ago. And now we have AR, Aquarius, a very new team with a lot of new faces. It's always very exciting to see fresh blood in competitive scenes like this, because then we get matchups like this. We get Dark Horse Aquarius, who has been like blazing through these past few games, and versus the fan favorite FT. So seeing who comes out on top is definitely going to be very interesting. I would grab like my popcorn and soda because it's going to be very entertaining to see what happens.
Yeah, this is also personally the match that I am also the most excited for, just because the fact that you mentioned it, BK, is that FT, the like fan favorites are more of the top teams after they were the winners of the previous IVA, and also they performed pretty well in Koa too, managing to like had a pretty decent run. Meanwhile, AR just being the dark horses, but don't count them out because they did defeat both Phoenix and Touch and Go to come where they are here, so they're definitely no small feat. So if I was the audience right now, I would definitely be grabbing my popcorn. And who knows, maybe they can allow us casters to have popcorn live on stream just because this is how exciting this is.
Yes, but if that were the case, Jong, then we wouldn't be able to cast it because our mouths would be full. That
That's
is
fair.
the problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah well, we can dream. We can
Manifest, yeah.
dream. Yeah. But it is going to be very, very nice to see, because as you can see here, right, the FT lineup, we have Mini Shadow, Mini Dragon, Mini Panda, Mini Blue, all
squad,
like
yeah.
the mini squad, all very recognizable names for FT survivors. They're kind of like the standard survivor team. A lot of people who have dipped their toes into Identity V, the competitive scene, have heard of these guys. And then we also have Kuga and Meowpai and and back as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these like very established names go up against these newcomers.
Yeah, so another thing to note is that this hunter back, or rather he's called Heshen, or Shen, is that he is the hunter that won Future the IVA in 2023. So this is definitely something to look out for, as we are going to be heading into the team come from Aquarius. We're seeing Epsilon, Ichigo, OK, and Kurokawa. Meanwhile, we're seeing the hunter is Nenino and OK. So yeah, pretty some similar OKs going on here, but we'll differentiate with survivors being OK and hunter being OK. So this is how we differentiate them. Some pretty like familiar and unfamiliar names, but I'm excited to see how this plays off, as they are dark horses.
Definitely. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see like what kind of strategies the AR survivors come up with, because a lot of the established strategies, mercenary plus antiquary, mercenary plus prospector, or you have a mechanic and explorer, or mechanic and a prisoner, or antiquarian plus prospector, or a forward and a mercenary, and all these kinds of combinations. And it's going to be very interesting to see how AR decides to pull this off, because remember, this match is to get into the grand finals. The winners and the losers will not be eliminated from the tournament completely of this match. The winners will be going on to the very, very last match. The winners of this match will be going to fight for first and second place, and the losers of this match will be going to fight Venom in tomorrow's matches for third place. So it's not out. So they're not going to be out of it yet, but it will be very, very intense considering how high the stakes are for both of these teams.
Yeah, the stakes are definitely high. Like, while as you mentioned, losing would not be gone, but you definitely want to be at win and get into the finals, because then tomorrow you can just sit back, relax, have your popcorn, and just watch the other two teams to fight off and review their strategies, while you can just sit and wait. Well, if you lose, you do have that one extra BO free in order to make it though. So both teams will still give it their all in order to advance to the finals, because because here's the thing, you definitely want to prepare more for the finals considering it's a BO5 BK.
Yes, definitely. The finals are going to be like a very much the ultimate test of your skill in IDV, your communication, coordination, your individual skills, your resource management, your ability to, just everything basically. It's going to test really be like the ultimate like test of your IDV skills. So preparing for the grand finale, the BO5, is going to be very important. But you will not make it to the BO5 in the grand finale if you don't make it here. So first things first, the first round and the first half of AR versus FT, we can see the Priestess ban by Nanino on the Ever Sleeping Town.
So the first two survivors here are going to be the Mercenary and the Anti-Aquarian, which are some basic plays or some basic selections that are pretty meta. But one thing to note is that the Seer has not been banned or selected, and I think this makes sense considering that from my notes over here, Nanino actually plays a lot of Guard 26 because he played actually 3 out of 4 games of Guard 26, so it's no surprise here that Seer is neither selected nor banned considering Bonbon's not afraid of it.
That is very true. However, if you see here, the Entomologist ban, this is actually very interesting. I do think that this ban in particular is specifically targeting the FT survivors here, the mini squad, if you will, because you don't often see an Entomologist ban, especially if you're playing someone like a Bonbon, as you mentioned, because the bombs just absolutely destroy the Entomologist bees. And like you said, the Seer being picked third here is definitely going to be in Nanino's favor if he does pick Bonbon, because he is going to be able to chip down the owls in just a single bomb hit. The only thing that confuses me is just this Entomologist ban, because if you're a Bonbon, you wouldn't really worry about that too much.
Well, maybe Nanino has other ideas, who knows? Or maybe he's just eavesdropping on our conversation and once again just chooses something else just to screw with us casters, because this is sometimes what players like to do, and they will look like complete clowns, who knows?
Definitely. Though, I do think that if have a look at these other bands here, John. We have the Priestess and the Female Dancer. Priestess pretty standard on a map like Ever Sleeping Town, but then the Female Dancer, I do think that this is also another, specific targeting of one of the FT's mains, because Female Dancer is quite a capable survivor, especially in the right hand. So on a map like Ever Sleeping Town, she has like a lot of like good thing areas to really maximize the usage of her music boxes, both the fast ones and the slow ones. So very interesting to see that Nanino is really just like playing it very cautious, not banning these very like extra and like out there survivors, rather than, like you mentioned, like very meta and standard survivors like the Seer, the Mercenary, or the Antiquarian.
Yeah, so we are currently also waiting for the next set of predictions, or next set of bans rather. So we'll have to see what other possibilities that we may be seeing though, because Future, from what we recall, is that their survivors actually had a very strong performance. So this is why that Nanino will have to step their game up here, because like with such a strong survivor team, you definitely do not want to like let your guard down, because sometimes one split second is what all makes the difference, BK. So as we noted, every game changes in a dime, and with a very strong survivor team like Future, you definitely do not want to give up that chance at all.
Yes, definitely. Because allowing these survivors to get away with any little thing is going to be very detrimental for AR, because the FT, they really know how to like capitalize on their advantage. So you can see here in Nanino banning the Toy Merchant instead. It's going to be quite good, I think, because the Toy Merchant on Ever Sleeping Town is actually kind of a menace. There's a lot of verticality in like places that she can drop off of, maximizing the utility of her gliding wings. Not to mention that the catapults can get huge distance because of how open air the map is. So getting the Toy Merchant out of the way is definitely going to be very good, especially if he's playing a slow mobility hunter like Bonbon, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and actually, Bonbon does not like the Toy Merchant too, because one thing though is that the Bonbon sort of like a penguin, and then that's why we can get a flying survivor like a Toy Merchant, because penguins does not have wings and cannot fly. But talk about flying survivors, as we'll be seeing another flying survivor here, or sort of, because the patient's hoax is once again going to be selected. So there we go. We have our full team comp here, BK. Like, if Bonbon is indeed chosen, who do you think will have the upper hand now?
I do think that it's actually kind of an even split, honestly. But you have a lot of these survivors who are, or like some of these survivors who are not necessarily bad, but they definitely have their abilities hindered by someone like a Bonbon. For example, the Antiquarian and the Seer being countered by the bombs. The Seer's owl goes away with just one hit from the bomb, and Antiquarian's disarming does very little against Bonbon's bombs. As well as the fact that the Mercenary, he can get chipped down quite easily if, the Mercenary does not play very safe against the Bonbon. The only one who really has like an outright advantage on the Bonbon would be, the Patient, because he can use his hooks to easily escape from the Bonbon's, range, I guess.
Yep, so you all hear it, is that BK mentioned that actually 3 out of the 4 are not that good or average against the Bonbon. The Patient's the only good one, so the survivors will definitely have to be on their toes, as Nanino Scar 26 that is famous throughout this tournament will be making his appearance. Question now is how would this play off? Because like if it's an even split, then this Seer might very likely be taking the first kite, considering you said it, Owl doesn't do nothing, like one bomb and gone, and it flies away and betrays his master.
That is exactly correct. But if we see here, the Antiquarian is also not a bad choice, because normally if you're someone like a Night Watch or a Bloody Queen or a Geisha or a Disciple, you wouldn't really want to go against someone like an Antiquarian, because they kind of, they're really not that good to go against, because your only method of attacking survivors is with your hit, which the Antiquarian can disarm. However, someone like a Sculptor, or like, for example, a Bonbon here, as we can see, it's going to be a lot easier to down the Antiquarian, because her disarm doesn't do that much against the bombs.
Yep, so we'll have to see if this Antiquarian would also be taking the first kites, because the mini squad here would definitely have to watch out for keep on their toes, as apparently this team comp is not too good against the Bonbon, and maybe who knows, like this will be bomb time for this round, and they will definitely have to stay on their toes and make sure that nothing funny happens at all.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see how Nanino will kind of play this game in general, because despite the fact that he does actually counter quite a lot of, not outright counter, but he's effective against a lot of the survivors on the team here, it's going to be interesting to see how the survivors will respond, because they're not like, just like dummy targets that you can just, practice again. They will like adapt and learn as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how FT survivors will try to adapt to the situation that may not be in their favor. Will they maybe sell the first person to go down? Will they try to risk it all with the Antiquarian and the Mercenary? It's going to be very interesting to see how the response is going to be like from the survivors.
Yeah, and you actually mentioned a very good thing is to adapt, because adapting is actually a very large part of this game. Like you have to adapt to all the metas, you have to adapt to your teammates, you have to adapt on the ban picks, you have to adapt on the map. Like it's just about adapting, and also like when you come into play competitive, you also have to adapt considering like which team you're on. So this is actually going to be a very strong part of this game. Like if you cannot adapt well, then your performance will definitely be limited, BK.
Yes, like it's very much like the old saying, adapt or die, because if you don't manage to adapt to not only like new metas and new characters, but also new strategies as well as like new opponents, you are definitely going to be at a disadvantage, always constantly on the back foot, and you're never going to be able to get like any kind of room to breathe. So I do think that another advantage as well, speaking of which, that Nanino does have is the fact that, a new face. The FT survivors, like surely FT have done their research, but it's going to be a lot more limited compared to Nanino and as well as the rest of AR's research on FT, because they have not been so public with their strategies and mains and characters and such. So seeing how FT is going to go up against AR's hunters as well as vice versa later on is going to be interesting. Especially I especially cannot wait to see FT's hunters going up against AR's survivors, because seeing the kind of strategies that the survivors will formulate, it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, especially because from what we recall, Aquarius Survivor also performed very strongly in all their games they appeared with. I believe they almost free escaped every single game, so it will be very exciting to see how they perform. So yeah, this is definitely like, keep your popcorns, like if you're in the chat, keep your popcorns, keep your eyes peeled. We're definitely not going to be seeing any ordinary fight, because Future also has some pretty strong hunters, because we do see Kuga, Meowpai, and there are some pretty familiar names in the competitive scene. And Aquarius Survivorverse just not one to be messed with. So whatever happens next will also be like very exciting. So I just cannot wait to see how the rest of this matchup will play.
Yes, definitely. It's like I said many times, it's very interesting. It's just going to be very, very entertaining and so much fun to watch how these two, like, you know, you have your old classic and then like the newcomer. So it's like the plot for a movie, you know. It's like you have it's like some Karate Kid type stuff. You have like your old grizzled man versus the up and coming youth newcomer. So it's going to be very, very nice to see how these teams will slug it out in these next matches.
Yeah, this is sort of like a situation of would the older experience win, or would the newcomer with some all sort of new gameplay wins? Because you mentioned if that AR being like a relatively newer team and not that public, Future's research on them will be limited. They'll be like searching around, hey, I don't know who this person will pull off. Meanwhile, Future, sort of, because they have been in a competitive scene for a while, their like information will be more public and more revealed to the entire team. So we are going to be heading into the area selection. Mercenary is the one at the center, Antiquarian on top, Seer the bottom, Patient at the right, and the Guard 26 will be spawning between the Antiquarian and the Patient. So who do you reckon will be the one that's unfortunately going to face the wrath of Guard 26 first?
I do think that one of the best choices right now would be the Antiquarian, not only because she's quite close to the Bonbon starting location, but also because the disarm ability, like I mentioned many times, the disarm ability is not going to be as effective against someone like a Bonbon, because he can just chip her down like one bomb at a time, so it's going to be less effective.
Oh, but seems like the Nino here is not going to be listening to BK Boy and will have other ideas. He'll be wandering around the center. Actually, is hoping to find any survivor off position, but it's pretty smart for the Patient to transition out in advance. It seems that the Nino here has his eyes set on the Seer, as the Seer will be waiting by at the corner and is going to be getting found out. The Nino here will be playing mind games with the Seer and is able to trick some distance, but nope, seems like here he sort of tricked himself a bit and unfortunately had the distance between him and the survivor increased, and now will be committing fully to the Seer.
Yes, however, do keep in mind, the Seer is probably the optimal target for Nanina right now. The Owls will, like you said, they won't do nothing against the Seer, but instead of going around, actually breaks that pellet, and we can see he does not have the fast pellet breaking trait, instead having the blink, the detention, and trump card ability. So this is very interesting, because now if he just like can get rid of the Owl and then chip down Dragon's Seer here, he can just get a blink hit for a very, very early down. But it has to be sometime soon, because as we can see, the Cypher progress is quite a lot.
Yeah, and this Seer is just going to be buying a lot of time, not letting have it. He definitely wants to drag out more time to get the Cypher progress even more. So the Nino here is just inching closer and closer for this Seer, but don't forget there's still the Owl. But the Owl got knocked away by the bomb and a beautiful normal attack. So with that, now the Seer is going to be in danger health, but because one more normal attack and down he'll go, BK.
Yes, exactly. He just needs one more normal attack, and keep in mind, he still does have his blink up and available and ready to use. So if he does end up using the blink, it will be quite an early down. But as we can see, Shadow's Antiquarian here to rescue Dragon Seer instead, and trying to bait out the smack, it seems, and ended up missing the disarm, allowing the Nino to escape. But hot on his heels, Dragon is kiting around again to Shadow, so it's going to be quite tough to see how Nanino will respond here using the blink instead. Jong, my goodness, look at this. This is a very tough situation here.
Yeah, we can see that right now the mini dragon is actually going to be playing merry-go-round, but unfortunately the merry-go-round does come to a halt with the Seer, and we'll be throwing some bombs just to pressure the anti-Quarian to like stay a bit further away. So we are going to be seeing the Seer will be chaired, and oh, there is going to be wanted orders on this anti-Quarian, so the anti-Quarian will be the one escaping. But BK, look at the cipher progress. 3 ciphers are already gone. Like, what a amount of cipher speed here.
I mean, like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Zhang, because they already have 2 ciphers down. I think Nanino spent a bit too long trying to get the Seer on the chair and has instead neglected the cipher progress. So now, as you can see, Patient ciphers at 78 and Aquarius is at 50. It's going to be quite tough for them to be able to recover from this because even though the Seer is going to be rescued after half, it's going to be quite hard for Nanino here to be able to completely stop this rescue, save for like a Terror Shock or something really crazy like that.
Yeah, but the man game is here. Let's see what will happen. Oh, guess another bomb hit. It's going to be very crucial. This hit is going to be very crucial, but misses the chain bomb and is able to pull off the rescue. And now Tide Turner is going to be a fact. And this is a very nice and a pretty beautiful rescue from Blue, able to pull off because the ciphers are already primed. And currently, like we can see, the ciphers have been popped, and we are approaching a 4-man endgame now. And the dungeon is also in the center, so the Nino here will have to be very, very careful.
Yes, he has to be very careful not to let Dragon here slip out of his grasp at all, because if he does, it's going to be like a 4 escape situation if Dragon can reach the dungeon. But it seems that Dragon does have other plans, instead trying to get to the back gate and forcing the Nino to change the teleport. Forcing him to use the one resource that he does have is going to be very interesting. But Dragon here trying to rush over to the dungeon. Jong, he's rushing over to the dungeon, but he's going to make it. Oh my goodness. Jong, he made it to the dungeon. It's a 4 escape.
What a way to start the game, BK boy. I am just purely shocked and on the fact that we're seeing like another mind-blowing game to start. Like, Future is definitely here is going to be saying that this ground is mine and not for yours to take. So in the statistics here, like, I think the statistics says that Seer containment time was 170 seconds. This is completely the mini dragon show just now from just how long he kited. And we also have to applaud the anti-Quarian just for helping to harass and just giving Nanino a very hard time.
Definitely. I do think that the Antiquarian just sticking around that one area, not forcing, but allowing Dragon to be able to loop in that one area, like you mentioned, like a merry-go-round, forcing the Nino to kind of stay in that area. That was very, very good and really stalled for quite a lot of cipher progress. As you can see, the Patient at 200%, the Mercenary at 141, and the Antiquarian 159. That's like exactly like 500%, meaning that they didn't even have to decode any extra ciphers. They were all able to coordinate exactly which ciphers needed decoding. Okay, I'm gonna go here and harass. Okay, I'll pick up your cipher. Just a lot of like back and forth communication and allowing them to maximize their cipher progress, meaning that they were able to cipher rush the absolute hell out of this Guard 26.
Yeah, that was a very, very well coordination from Future. Like, they did not win the last IVA for no reason, and here they are going to showing us exactly why by claiming their ground with that 4th survivor escape. And BK, we're aware that this is a survivor sided meta, but then again, you don't get 4 escape for no reason though, because like it's very hard for the survivors to achieve a 4-man escape. But the fact that they did it is just too mind-blowing because it's just way too rare.
Yeah, like a 4 escape is just very, very rare. You normally will use your detention plus like your blink and or teleport to get at least 1 survivor down. So Future being able to squeeze out that last person escaping through the dungeon, that was very, very well played. So as you can see here, the score 5-0 FD to AR. So let's see in the next round how AR is going to respond, because it's going to be quite the struggle, I do think, for FT's hunters, Miao Pai, Shen, and Kuga, because they have no or very little experience dealing with AR because they're a completely new team. They have no known lineups. They don't know much about these players. They don't know who they main. It's going to be very, very tough for they're going to be a very tough nut to crack. So I'm going to be very interested in seeing how AR will respond to FT's for escape.
Well, even though like you mentioned that FT Hunter doesn't know much about AR Survivor, but at this point of time, they only needed like a one-man escape, and it's actually going to be relatively easy for Hunters to aim for one-man escapes. And then again, is that we all know that AR Survivors are very strong. Like they had amazing support and amazing performance in like the 2 games that they did win. So I'm actually very excited to see how they play off, considering that they will have to step their game up to the max, because if they don't do so, they'll lose BO1, then they'll have some very, very big trouble going into BO2, BK Boy.
Yes, 100% agree, because if they get anything less than a for survivor escape, they're going to go into round 2 with a point disadvantage, and that's going to really put the pressure on Team AR as a whole. So the pressure is really on AR survivors right now to get as many people out as possible. If they have to aim for 4, if not a 3, if they get like a 2 escape, like a draw, then the point difference is still going to be like 5-0. It's going to be 7-2, and it's still not going to be very, very good for AR in the second round. So the question from the beginning, the experience and the experience of the older team, or is it the newer, fresher ideas of the newer team? And it seems that right now, experience does beat the new ideas.
Yeah, for this game it does seem like, but don't count it out yet, because we are still only at the first game, and there's still like the round 2 and round 3 to figure it out, because even if AR drops BO1, there's still the possibility to do a reverse sweep at BO2 and BO3, because even though the points difference can be large, like I don't care if you get a 10-0, but if you lose in the total of rounds by 2-1, you still lose regardless of the point difference.
Exactly. So even if AR does is not able to pull up in this first round, they do have the second round to be able to pull themselves back up. So I'm really, really looking forward to this next half as well as the next round. So Jong.
Yep. Yeah, I'm excited as well. Like, if you're at the audience looking, like, let's just all scream out our excitement and just support the team, support everyone. And yep, BK Boy, I can see you're excited you're doing this. Yeah, like, just show your support. Like, maybe do this emoji just to show your support. So we're going to be hopping into the break. And after the break, we'll see y'all with more Ivy action. See you in a bit, guys.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。 その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Hello everyone, welcome back to more IV action, and I am your caster, the not invisible Joan, and joined by me is my co-caster BK Boy, and we're back to you to bringing you more with more IV action after what an exciting and thriller BO1.
Yeah, it's been like, okay, I don't need to be the one to say it because everyone who's like watched the BO1 can see it for themselves because that was just an insane game. The just like the team coordination as well as just like the raw kiting ability of the Seer, being able to kite Nanino's Bonbon, and as well as team coordination at the end, forcing him to teleport to the gate and then doing a 180, making a bomb rush for the dungeon. That was really, really well played.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like that's still the heart of all the audience who are future fans, because pulling off a 4-man escape in a community tournament is very, very huge, and Future is like, I did not win the last IVA for no reason, and this is why, and you do not underestimate our experience. So AR right now not looking too good as they have to step their game up considering they have a 5-point defect incoming.
Yes, exactly. In order to even like make the points even in this going into this next round, they have to get a matchup with FT's Force Survivor Escape. And again, like you said, it's very, very rare and crazy to see something like that happen. So it's unlikely that AR will be able to match up against FT's point, So it's most likely that AR will head into the second round with another point defect, which is going to be very, very pressure for both the survivors and the hunters of Team AR against Team FT.
Yeah, and especially like right now we received some news off camera is that AR tying up BO1 is not possible because here's a quick note is that AR is going to be taking a 1-point penalty in this BO1 round due to having accumulated 3 warnings, which means that no matter what happens, AR would not be tying up BO1 as they can only get a maximum score of 4 points. So this is something that all your audience should pay attention and remember.
Yeah, exactly. So now the maximum amount of points that AR can get is going to be 4. Even if they do get a 4 survivor escape, they won't get 5 points because of the point deduction. So now they're going to get 4 points instead, which means that no matter what they do, they're going to run into the second round with a point defect of at least 1. So it's going to be very detrimental to their ability to play in the second round.
Yep, so right now like the best AR can do is probably like get as many points as they can and just soften the blow so they won't have a massive point defect that they will bring into for the future rounds, and that's what they possibly can do at the best, as we'll be heading into the ban pick list right now, as it will be Kuga, and Kuga from what we know does have played Dream Witch or Clerk in BO1, but he's opting for different approach here, banning the Mercenary first, BK.
This is quite interesting because okay, we have seen Mercenary being played a lot throughout this whole tournament. He is definitely one of the top picks in just like the general IDV meta right now, but seeing Mercenary actually banned, especially for someone like Kuga, is going to be quite interesting because Kuga normally, like you mentioned, plays a lot of like the Dream Witch as well as the Clerk, and they are not really too concerned about a rescuing survivor like the Mercenary. They're more concerned about Cypher Rush and map control, which they have a lot more control over. So seeing Kuga ban the Mercenary is quite interesting. However, it will deprive the AR survivors of the most stable rescuer by far.
Yeah, but then again, there's also like when you like shut the door down for one, there's always another door left open. And right now, AR is going to be telling us why, because there is going to be the Eli in the mix here, along with Priestess Fiona. So having both the Seer and the Priestess going to be selected, and these are two meta characters, and it's just so surprising that neither of those are banned in the first round, BK.
I mean, yeah, especially the Priestess, I'd say, John, because like, I mean, you're a hunter. You play hunter. I play hunter. We both know how annoying the priestess can be on a map like a town. Yeah, it's just like she's called by the fans as the roach for a reason. You know, it's just like she's just like all over the place everywhere, and she's very just all over the place with her bottle. So not seeing her banned is a very interesting choice by Kuga here. And if you look at his other bans as well, the Antiquarian and Batter, it seems like Kuga really does not want any balloon rescuing or chair rescuing of any kind. Once they're on the chair, Kuga just wants them to be there until they get sent back to the manor.
Yeah, and another thing that I noticed of this ban is that both the Antiquarian and the Batter also both have knockback abilities. So right now, Kuga's like, nope, I hate knockbacks, mix smack, not allowed, I don't want to get knocked by you, and whoever can knock me back will be sent to the Shadow Realm. That's not going to be let out. But I'm just more of like intrigued for this Batter ban, because we don't see it being selected, so Kuga here must have some plan or is targeting something by getting rid of it.
I mean, yeah, clearly, because having these like rescuers being banned means that AR's selection is going to be very limited, and clearly Kuga must be confident that they can deal with relatively small fish in terms of harassing, like the Prospector and the Priestess, if he is not willing to ban them this early on. But the thing is, right, Prospector has actually been a fairly decent harasser and support character, as we've seen in like the recent meta. He's very much been like rising in the meta and seeing more usage overall. So let's see if AR's Prospector here is able to make a nuisance of themselves to Kuga in this upcoming match.
Yeah, as a hunter main, I personally hate the Prospector the most, just because it's annoying, and so I always throw the Norton into the Shadow Realm when I play rank. And it seems here that we are also seeing another interesting ban, as Jose will be saying goodbye to the world, and we won't be seeing Jose in this match. And the final pick, it seems that AR actually had a plan to like use the counter ban system and just select the Antiquarian as a counter ban. Nah, I'm just kidding. But it'll be so cool if there's a counter ban to like select a character that gets banned. I'm just.
I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't want you to play Antiquarian. No, you, and then you just pull up with your Uno reverse card.
Yeah.
Counter ban, exactly. No, I opinion invalid. Just picks Antiquarian anyways. But jokes aside, we do actually see the forward here going up against Kuga's. Is that a wax artist? Oh my goodness, that is going to be very interesting to see, because as you know, a wax artist is very, very good against stunners. He has a built-in like 10% stun resistance, as well as the fact that if he gets pushed around or stunned, he will add like the 25 wax to all nearby survivors. So it's going to make it very, very hard for AR's forward, Prospector, and even like Priestess to a certain extent to get away with using their abilities. It's just going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, I'm very excited, like you mentioned, because Prospector and Ford, the harassers, are not good in front of the wax artist. So in this game, it seems like this will be more of a shooting match, because we can see Kuga will be aiming with the wax and just firing over the place, and how accurate he is will probably be a detrimental for the factor. But I'm actually wondering who would he chase first, seeing that this team comp has some of the more meta characters in the mix.
It's going to be quite interesting, because even though these characters are quite meta, you have to remember that the Seer is actually not that effective. Like, okay, if we're taking like an example, the Seer is not as effective against the Wax Artist as, for example, another hunter like Dreamwitch, for example, because at the Wax Artist's full presence, his Hot Wax ability can actually bypass the Seer's Owl, kind of like a breaking wheel snap ability. So having that in Kuga, having that in his pocket will be very, very useful against the Seer. Not to mention that all the stunners on the team, the Priestess, the Forward, and the Prospector, really feed into his ability of giving as much wax onto the survivors as possible.
Yep, so these survivors' abilities will be spilling wax everywhere, so this is something the survivors should look out for. And right now we are going to be heading into the game soon, and I'm your caster, Invisible Joan, once again joined by BK Boy with some live IVA action, and Kuga here is going to be wandering around the center just trying to locate who is the best target. It's going to fake out the Ford, but his real target here is going to be the Prospector, who is going to be kiting around this corner.
Yes, and as we can see here, Kuga using like the spray ability to try and like fake out Ichigo here with the red light, as well as the fact that Ichigo has a magnet on him already, but using that stun is actually going to cause him to get stunned, but the slow fall as well with the high wax is actually going to be very, very detrimental for Ichigo's kite here.
Oh!
Unfortunately, missing the hit and missing it again is going to be very, very hard for Kuga to actually catch up to this to the Prospector again because of that magnet. However, the Seer is going to be watching with his owl and using the owl to allow Ichigo to get away. Not to mention Epsilon here trying to get away, but uses the flywheel, but unfortunately it mistimes it and is able to get a hit off.
What a spring of and turn of events, having the owl, the hit, the flywheel, the stun, just so many things. But the Ford here, it actually got waxed and it's now going to be going down. Oh no, goes for this hit but did not though. So this allowed the Ford to dash 95 kilometers away with the help of its football. That missed hit there is definitely very fatal for the Wax Artist with the help of the Priestess Portal in front. And the Ford goes for double back, effectively tricking Kuga over. This is amazing turn of events, an amazing play from the survivors end.
That was really, really well played by the survivors, despite the fact that their abilities can be very dangerous against someone like a Wax Artist. They are able to successfully use their abilities to, and very effectively, mind you, against someone who actually quite heavily counters survivors. Not to mention the fact that Kuga has brought excitement as well, and the Forward going through the portal with the football, now changing over to back to Ichigo's Prospector. It's going to be just a lot of twists and turns in this game right here, John.
Well, the Prospector will be the one taking the first cut, and he did got whacked, but misses the first swing, is able to land the second one. The Prospector still be able to kite so far so good, as the Wax Artist will be sealing off the saber in the center, but again another Priestess Portal, but this time the Portal did like bring the Hunter close to the Seer in the Forward, so it seems like now the Seer and the Forward will be the one taking the kite instead. Like, one thing of this game is literally like a back and forth and a forth and back, switching targets over and over, PK.
Yeah, it's like a lot of, back and forth and back and forth. But as we can see here, the Cypher progress is actually looking to be quite good. However, freezing the Seer and managing to get a hit off on him will mean that this kite is going to be a lot less, and not allowing these ciphers to be done here because of how quickly this Seer is potentially going to go down, changing to the blink and terror shocking the Seer. Did you just see that, John?
Yeah, that was such a decisive move from Kuga, just ensuring to get the Seer down. He's like, nope, I'm having enough of shenanigans and no one is going to be escaping my clutches at all. And we can see that currently the Cypher at the center got sealed off because Kuga brought the Seer back to it, and we'll be breaking some pallets here to prevent any potential rebound kites. The Forward will be in the vicinity, just wanting to drag some more time before going into rescue, as he'll be inching closer and closer, but this will be a double rescue though, as we have two survivors here, and goes for the swing, does not hit, and the Prospector is also here, and this will be a body blocking situation, just clogging and allowing the Seer to transition further, and now Kuga is going to be onto this Forward instead.
I do think that going for the Forward instead is very like a 50-50 decision for Kuga right now, because now he is going to be carrying the forward and they're going to struggle to be able to rescue because the Seer is injured and has no owl, not to mention the fact that the Priestess has no more portals left, but they do have a lot of Cypher progress, plus the fact that the forward is going to be quite hard to chase because of his fast vaulting speed after the rescue here if Ichigo is able to pull it off. So I do think that the audience here should really watch out for this Cypher progress because it's going to be very tough. Plus, the really good body block by the Prospector there, really buying as much time as possible.
Yeah, so this forces Kuga to make a difficult decision, is to chair the Prospector this time instead of playing musical chairs, because you can see that the survivors are all getting chaired one after another, and at this point we have 3 survivors that have been unchaired once. But one good news is that right now the cipher, the last cipher the survivors are working on got sealed off. So this is one good news for the Wax artist among all the things.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he may be able to actually stuff this rescue, but instead going for the regular hit and continuing to going for the Priestess instead. Like you mentioned, just going back and forth between all the survivors. Just ping pong, I want to go for you, no you, no you. And it's just very, very, it seems like Kuga is very much going to be going for every single survivor. But unfortunately, it's going to result in going into the end game because he was not able to stop the Cypher progress in time and stuck with the Blink with no more the change trait ability. Kuga may struggle to stop the gates from being opened.
Yeah, so the Blink there, unfortunately not being able to work, but the Wax artist does have a counterplay to it by waxing and just waiting for the owl to fly away, and down goes the Priestess. So now the Priestess is the one going to be taking the chair, and right in front of him is the basement, so Priestess will be dropped down to the basement, the one of the strongest camping spots in the game. So the survivors will be continuing to decode in the hopes of getting out as many survivors as possible, as Kuga probably just going to be wandering around, staying nearby, make sure no sneaky plays, as he'll be content with his one keep and his one elimination that he can potentially get.
Exactly, because like we mentioned earlier before the game started, Kuga and by extension FT, they just need to be able to stop one survivor from escaping. Just one elimination will be good enough to keep the point defect into the second round. You can see Ichigo here actually trying to potentially risk it, maybe going in for the rescue. It's going to be very risky because Kuga does have detention, as well as the fact that he does have his full presence, but it seems that they may have a plan to potentially go for this Priestess. Nope, it seems like they are actually just going to be escaping from the gates instead.
The Aquarius survivor's plan is to just get have everyone escape and take the free escape, and hopefully to reduce the point defect so that they can take advantage and make a comeback of it in later rounds. So with that, this is going to be a free survivor escape from Aquarius survivor's side, and what a beautiful performance and a beautiful support from each other. As we can see from the statistics here, Prospector kited for 135 seconds, and the fourth kited for 113 seconds. One thing is that every survivor here has a very high kiting time, BK.
Yeah, I do think that every survivor having a high kiting time is because Kuga just kept on switching targets, left, right, center. Just he went for the Seer at first, and then we went for the Prospector at first, and then for the forward, and then for the Seer, and then back to the forward, and then over to the Prospector, and then over to the Priestess. Instead, it's a lot of back and forth, resulting in this high containment time for all of the survivors. However, it did mean that even though as you saw just now, the Seer, the forward, the Prospector, all were on their second or last chair in at the end game, but Kuga was unfortunately unable to take advantage of it due to being tied down by the Priestess on the chair. So I do think that Kuga going for multiple targets, not at once, but in a short period of time, definitely hindered his ability to control the ciphers. Just focusing one survivor would have been better in terms of just eliminating one and then focusing on the rest of the survivors plus the cipher control. I think that would have been better for Kuga's game in general.
Yeah, pretty nice analysis. And I also think that switching the chairs did not work in his favor. Because one thing that we actually remember and recall is that every single survivor has been on the chair once. Because he first carried the seer, and then the prospector, and then the forward, and then the priestess. This is like musical chairs, and everyone is going to have their turn of sitting on a rocket chair. But in the end, it ended with the priestess being the sole one escaping them, like back to the manor, while everyone else is going to be making their safe escape. So that escape, I actually think that this means that in theory, Future won the first round by 6-3. But don't forget, for those of you who are new, is that Aquarius does have a 1-point penalty for accumulating up to three warnings. So yeah, you can see the scoreboard right now. This is a 6-2 in BO1.
Yeah, so this 6-2 is actually is still going to be like really, really bad for AR going into the second round here because, 4 points difference. It's not as bad as it was with the 5 points difference, but it's still pretty bad. So AR has a lot of ground to cover in terms of the second round, as well as FT having to maintain their advantage in points right now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how AR will try to respond and try to maybe pull the rug out from under FT, and maybe how FT will try and pull the rug back to try and maintain their high ground.
Yeah, that will be very exciting to see but I don't think that this is completely out of the window, because one thing that we can note of is that Aquarius survivor performance was just very, very spot on. Like, they performed very amazing, considering that before the game you're talking about how Wax Artisan is good against this team comp, but Aquarius are like, nope, you haven't asked me yet, and proceeds to like dominate, and I had a very strong performance against a hunter that normally counters them badly.
Yeah, I do think that was actually quite a pleasant surprise for me because I myself do play a lot of Wax Artist, and having seen this lineup, if I were to play against this team in like a rank match, for example, I would just be laughing of joy because my goodness, this team, they have no idea what they were going to walk into. But instead, it's me who doesn't know who's going to walk into, because it turns out this AR survivors, they can actually very competently and very skillfully use their skills to try and avoid the Wax Artist's advantages over their team composition. Like if you saw with the Prospector's Magnets, instead of instantly pulling Kuga over to stun him and adding to his Wax level, instead trying to like push him away because he was very close to getting a regular hit off, as well as the fact that the forward waiting for the Prospector to get away safely outside of the Wax's range before stunning him. That was just very, very good coordination and very smart on the feet thinking by AR survivors.
Yeah, AR survivors are like, don't count us out yet. We may be losing this first round, but if you count us out for now, then you don't know what you're expecting at BO2 or BO3. Like, that's definitely the case here, considering that they did manage to achieve a 3-man escape against Kuga, which is very impressive because Kuga also had a very strong performance throughout this tournament. So right now, like, even though Future still has the lead, but I won't count Aquarius out for making a comeback just yet.
Yeah, because even though AR is down points, like I mentioned before, they still have the second round to make a comeback.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be very excited to see how they are going to be playing in the next round, which is going to be after a short break right now. So we are going to see you again in the next round of FT versus AR in a bit. Goodbye.
私がこのフロアの団体にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして？ 子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, welcome back. This is your lovely caster, Invisible Joan, who's not invisible, and this is joined by my co-caster, BK Boy. And we are currently casting the match between FT and AR, and currently the score is still 6-2. So even though FT has the first round, but I'm very excited to see how the BO2 and BO3, or the BO3 if there is one to play out, based on how amazing the performance of both teams did in the first round, right?
Yeah, definitely. You and me both, John. We are like very, very excited to see how FT and AR are going to slug it out in the second round. Because as you know, you could see, FT 6 points, AR 2 points. There's a 4-point difference, and it's looking quite bad for AR right now. But they still have the chance to pull their weight back up in the BO2. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of team composition, strategies, what characters are going to be played for AR to really force this game back into their favor.
Yeah, I'm excited too because AR, is definitely one of the teams that caught my eye, one of the new teams. And for those of you in the chat, if you're excited, also let us know. Just share your excitement, scream out who you're rooting for, and who knows, the players would like it. So let me just have a quick shout out. I can see Vanilla, Hanako, Minson, BT22 who was around, our organizer, Nello, and hello Giselle. Pretty familiar names, and oh hey Chocho. So many people who have been sticking around from the start of IVA and just keep sticking around as we are currently at the second to last gate day, but the excitement and the intensity does not decrease even one bit.
No, it does not, John. As these rounds are going on, and as these games are going on, and these matches going on, as the whole tournament goes on in general, these matches are just getting more and more and more intense. I mean, those last matchup with TNG versus Venom, that was some very, very intense matches. So hoping to see some kind of matches like this. And we have actually seen quite a few matches like this in the first round. So hoping to see more matches of that kind in this second round, first half, as we move into FT Survivors versus AR's Hunter.
Yep, exactly, BK Boy. If that's what we're only be seeing from BO1, then I cannot wait to see what is to become on BO2. As right now, we are going to be heading into the BB screen. Arms Factory will be the stage of this map, and it will be once again Nanino up against the mini squad from Future Survivors. So one question here is that what will we be seeing from the bands? Because Nanino's Bonbon did get 4 escape. Will we be seeing it again?
That is a very good question, because the survivors did manage to get a 4 escape in the last round, like you did mention. However, if they are actually scared of Nanino's Bonbon for any reason, they may force Nanino to play another Hunter. However, this does not seem to be the case, as the FT survivors are going to be banning Nanino's Sculptor instead, with Nanino going for the Antiquarian and Female Dancer ban on his part.
So this is pretty interesting though, because Future is pretty much announcing that it's pretty much holding a finger and then shaking it, come with me and your bonbon. I'm not afraid of it. I'm ready for it. So now the question is, will Nanino be going for it, seeing that it's been released? The Knife and Tracy are going to be the first 2 picks.
I do think that these are actually quite interesting picks on FT's part. There's very standard picks for a tournament team. You have the Mechanic as the decoder. It's very interesting though that we haven't seen Mechanic the entire day today, so I'm really looking forward to see that. But as well as the Mercenary being the stable rescuer. So right now we have a healthy balance of decoding power and rescuing power. So looking forward to see who Nanino will try and get out of the roster next. I do think that Nanino may... Actually no, Nanino probably won't get the Seer ban, because again, like you mentioned, FT is basically just daring Nanino to go ahead with the Bonbon pick, which it seems like he will, going for the Prospector and Psychologist ban, trying not to get harassed here in the Arms Factory, it seems.
Well, so Nanino here seems to be very confident in his Bonbon, while Future is I'm confident against your Bonbon. And it's right now, you also mentioned a pretty good point, is that this is a balance of rescuing decoding power, as Tracy has been selected. If there are any Tracy mains in the chat, I'm pretty sure you're all excited to finally see her being selected, because Tracy has not been selected a lot for this tournament. We did see her a bit, but not a lot, seeing that she often gets in the Shadow Realm as well, BK Boy.
Yes, definitely. Mechanic is a very, very highly banned character, and for good reason. She's a very powerful decoder. She basically turns the survivor teams from a team of 4 to a team of 5 with the doll, the mechanical doll, decoding the ciphers on its own, which is very, very powerful ability. Even it's just having an extra pair of hands on you is going to be very, very useful, especially in such a Cypher Rush meta. And as we can see, the Barmaid pick as well, really helping out with the assisting as well as the teammates, as well as healing and being a very good kiter on her own. However, if FT is challenging Nanino's Bonbon, then I do think that the barmaid here is going to be very, very risky.
Well, because the thing is that FT did get 4 survivor escapes, so I guess they're confident. And you mentioned that the mechanic's main strength is turning a survivor from a team of 4 to a team of 5, right? But I guess that actually makes sense because this game is called Identity 5. So you have a survivor team full of 5. That makes perfect amount of sense to me.
Yes, I definitely planned that from the very beginning. I'm just like that's the reason why I'm casting today. I'm like so smart. No, I'm joking.
People is the smartest, yeah.
No, but seriously though, like the mechanics decoding power is just very, very useful, especially against someone like a Bonbon who doesn't necessarily have the best, cipher control. His cipher control is generally limited to just throwing bombs across the map at the cipher, but depending on where he is, it's going to be very interesting as we can see Nanino instead saying, just like pulling the rug out from FT survivors and saying, "Psych, you thought I was going to play Bonbon? Well, you are wrong." Pulling out with the clerk instead. This is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, Nanino's like, "Surprise! You for Bonbon, surprise! I hid this card up my sleeve. I tricked you. You planned it against my bomb. You planned to play against my Bonbon. Sorry, I have this card up my sleeve. You're not gonna get me this time." So this clerk is a very, very surprising one. Because I don't think we haven't seen him play in this tournament, so I don't think Future expected it. So clerk against this team comp, it's hard to tell. Who do you think has the upper hand right now based on this shocking pick?
Honestly, it really depends on how Nanino can use the clerk's abilities in terms of the, chasing and kiting. Because, as we can see, the coordinator plus the mercenary, very deadly rescue combo. Like one of them is pretty good. Like mercenary is pretty good on his own. Coordinator is fairly decent on her own. So combining them together is going to be very, very, hard for Nanino to camp any survivor for a prolonged length of time. So, plus combine that with mini shadows mechanic, and it's going to be very, very hard for Nanino to be able to control all the ciphers because mini shadows extra decoding bot is going to take up an extra cipher, and that's just going to be one extra pair of hands that Nanino has to watch out for as the game goes on. So it's going to be I think it's a very 50-50 though, because like I said, Nanino just has to use his recordings as well as his abilities to try and chase the survivors as best as possible because they don't necessarily have the best kiters.
Yep, very good analysis. So let's see what will end up happening. As I'm very excited, and we are in the games, and Nanino here is just going to be patrolling around the center and will be slowly but surely making his way towards the factory where the mechanic Tracy awaits for her, and she will be playing with her boss at the center, or rather the factory. And Nanino here is just going to be walking through, but the mechanic vaulted through the window of the house. Broken windows did transition a bit, so Nanino here will be having an attempt to mind game, but the mechanic does manage to vault through that window though.
Yeah, I think, and then also slamming that pallet and using the broken windows to try and vault over the pallet, getting an extra speed boost. As we can see here though, Nanino does have a handful of recordings, not to mention one coming up soon-ish. So it's going to, Shadow here has to be very careful about how he uses his pallets, but getting the pallet stun on Nanino instead, ending up with a very beautiful pallet stun and stalling for quite a bit of time. Not to mention Blue here actually trying to pallet stun but ends up getting hit anyways. That was very unfortunate.
Talk about be careful of pallets. Mechanic was very careful and won the pallet slam, but Mercenary did end up taking it. So that's why pallets are a huge thing against Clerk. And now that Nino is continuing to be targeting and setting his eyes on Mini Shadow and goes for the blink and is able to get that hit, a very daring blink from the Nino side, and the chase will continue to be pursued. Mechanic in half health is definitely just going to be transitioning further away, just clawing to stay alive and don't want to go down fast at all, BK.
No, she definitely does not. Not to mention the fact that the Clerk's map control. Oh, but using the Mercenary's elbow pads drop down there. That was some really wonderful team coordination. by the survivors, and now heading over to the coordinator's cipher here, potentially trying to make use of the coordinator's gun, actually getting a hit off, but unfortunately cancelling the recovery with the stun instead. Unfortunate timing here by the survivors.
Yeah, talk about a second makes a difference. The normal attack was 2, so end up the coordinator being like taking damage, but Menino here is just going to ignore the coordinator and continue to have his eyes set on this mechanic, who still has actually one elbow pad to work with. Menino is just going to be inching closer and closer, but Mini Shadow is just being very sneaky with his elbow pad, and actually vaults through the pallet, lifts the pallet, and the mechanic misses. Though, like, there's a lot of things going on. A very sneaky movement from Mini Shadow being evading of getting hit without using his elbow pad at all.
Exactly, that was some really good movement by Shadow, not to mention, like you said, another elbow pad remaining, not to mention the fact that the mechanic has just used her broken windows ability, so is able to get a speed boost far away from the Nino. Plus, look at the cipher progress. There's 4 ciphers remaining, but there are a handful of ciphers that have quite a lot of progress. Not to mention Dragon here coming in with the pallet slam to try and help out with Shadow's kite here. There's a lot of things going in the survivors' favor. The cipher progress plus the amount of harassing and supporting that's going on. Then Nino really has to try and pick up the pace and down this mechanic as soon as possible if he wants to be able to get a lot of survivors eliminated from this gate.
Yep, so currently the barmaid is also going to be helping. Like, this is going to be a 1-2 combo here. Let's lift the pallet, but the lifting pallet worked and not in his favor at all, because the barmaid completely abused it and slammed him backwards. And right now the whole family is just there to protect the mechanic, making sure that they all love their teams and they do not want to see anyone on the chair at all. And the mini dragon still in the vicinity, giving the hunter a hard time. And this, as a result, Nanino is just struggling to have a clean hit on this mechanic, just because the barmaid is always in his face, and goes for the blink but misses once again.
But unfortunately manages to down the mechanic. Unfortunate for these survivors. But again, forcing Nanino to use his blink not only once but twice on the mechanic. That means that Nanino is really struggling in terms of the chasing here against the mechanic. So it's going to be very tough for Nanino looking forward here, because not only does the bot have a lot of cipher progress on that one cipher machine, but there's also the coordinator who is also decoding that middle cipher, who also has a lot of progress. In total, they have about like 50-ish% decoding progress left to go. So it's going to be very hard on Nanino to be able to control the ciphers and get Mini Shadow back down in the chair again.
Yeah, that's what happens when there are 5 survivors on the field instead of 4. Nanino is able to get the hit on the mechanic though, so the mechanic is just going to be dying at the corner. It's like, yep, I'm done with my life. I don't want to deal with anything else, and it's going to be down and will be chaired for a second time. But right now the survivors or the ciphers are about to be primed, because we can see that the barmaid is already around 92%, and there is also a survivor in the vicinity ready to rescue. So this is not a good situation for the clerk at all.
But using the decoding recordings to pop the cipher before the rescue happens, getting a detention hit on the mechanic instead and forcing the early pop of the cipher. That was a wonderful play by Nanino here. However, do keep in mind, these survivors are scattered around the map. Normally that would be quite bad, but in this case, it's quite good, because now they can fake out Nanino with the gate decoding progress. We can see Dragon on the other side trying to decode it, but is unfortunately mistimes the recording and is not able to get the block on the gate console, and instead is going to be going for Dragon here. However, do keep in mind, Coordinator does have the mechanics doll still left and is going for the gate instead. Not to mention the Coordinator has a slew of items, as we can see there. Plus the Mercenary does have the syringe. No longer having the elbow pads means that he won't be able to kite as well. But the barmaid does have her speed boost, so she might be able to kite a fair distance here.
Well, you have to remember the dungeon is at the center. The barmaid is making a beeline towards it, but can he able to? Nope. Going to be setting his eye onto the dungeon, or rather the gate. Goes for the blink for the Nanino fan. Is able to down the barmaid. So now the mercenary is going to be wandering around, because the survivors are hungry for this free escape. But will they be able to? As Nanino will be dropping the the barmaid relatively far away from the gate just to make sure that they cannot get out in time, as Nanino will still continue to be doing a field control and trying to like stall the coordinator's gate.
Yes, and as well, keep in mind that the Nanino here using the recordings of detention is like almost over, so Nanino is trying to record some of the detention hits on the barmaid's chair here, so really trying to make sure that they don't come in for the after detention rescue at the end game, because FT really wants to be able to keep up their advantage right now. So going in for the rescue, hitting the mercenary but dodging the recording hit.
Yep, so the mercenary is not being able to rescue though, and he still has one more attack recording, so let's see what will happen, because this is actually an entire party, and every time the coordinator gets hit, they're able to pull it off, and with the help of the magician one, right now, the clerk cannot hit anyone, and all 3 survivors are out though. The million-dollar question is, can all 3 of them make it out to the gate safely?
That is going to be the question. It seems that Nanino here going for instead recording the hit to try and get the mercenary injured and chippable instead, and the barmaid has healed up, but hitting the coordinator instead. Now the mercenary is going to be able to perform a body block as well as the barmaid, it seems. Nanino here just really trying to get at least one person eliminated before they get to the gate so that they can at least end this in a draw of points. But it's going to be very, very tough situation as everyone is all over the place trying to get as many like body blocks as possible.
Yeah, and they're even healing up midway. Like right now, the survivors are desperate. This shows the true power of family bond, because all 3 of them are just making sure, are sticking close to each other, circling here, circling there, circling this, circling that, getting closer to the gate. Can they get it out though? Because this is going to be the one hit that changes anything, but misses a love swing that finally hits the mercenary. The mercenary is the one who takes the hit, and this hit is going to be crucial, as now this will be a free survivor escape in the end of game of an intense battle.
That was so intense. You can see best deduction for all 3 of those survivors right there, plus a 225 containment time for the mechanic and like over 100 for all of the other survivors. This is like really, really good team coordination. Just like they have a plan, they're going to go through with it, and they even managed to like improvise and adapt and overcome all obstacles in their path to try and get this 3 escape, and it paid off. That was wonderfully played by FT there, as well as a very, very good attempt by Nanino to try and stop the FT survivors from escaping.
Yeah, I was very, very shocked by that endgame, because like Nanino did a very good job in forcing the cipher pop, and I thought it would be a tie, but future survivor are like, nope, I'm not giving up that easy, and goes for the risky save, and it worked in their favor because they ended up sending the entire family out. It was so intense that I started rapping towards the end part, so I do apologize if you cannot hear me clearly, but that was just a showcase of how intense the endgame was, considering that if you look at this, everyone kited for over 100 seconds. It's just a showcasing of how well the support and the body blocking of this game was.
Right? I mean, like, the body blocking is like the name of the game here, because it's like you can see like the mercenary and the barmaid trying to body block for the coordinated end game, as well as the fact that the mercenary and the barmaid trying to body block for the mechanic as well during her kite. The barmaid really just being like, no, you want this mechanic? Well, I say no, this is my child. You will not take her from me. So I do think that the barmaid's like body blocking and really being in like the clerk's face really stalled a lot of time for the mechanic to be able to kite. Not to mention the item swapping. That was very, very cool to see in action. Just the mechanic walking over with her bot, then she picks up the elbow pads and boom, she's off across the map instantly with the mercenary's elbow pads. That was just very cool to see.
Yeah, the item swapping was definitely one huge factor in this game. Also at endgame, after they pulled off the barmaid, they actually dropped a magician wand to clog that pallet, and that allowed them to escape. And towards the end, because everyone was at full health already with the barmaid's wine, this ended up in a situation where 2 survivors can tank hits, and in the end, it was just a matter of fact of whoever has the largest body size is the one who takes the hit. And it was the mercenary, hence it allowed them to escape the gate safe and sound.
Yeah, it was a really, really good like body. Like you can literally like see them at like the end game. They're like literally like swarming around each other like flies. Like no, he's like you will not hit our precious coordinator. It's like that I say no. It was very fun to see them just like going back and forth, just like circling around each other like a swarm of insects.
Yeah, like when they're swarming around, they're like, hit me, no, hit me, no, hit me. Like it was like as a hunter, I can literally see hit me, like in the like ringing around in my ears over and over again. That was what happening when all three are just running circles and just spinning and spinning and spinning closer to the gate. It was just so funny and amazing to see that in action.
Right, it was just like absolutely amazing. But we have to take into account the actual outcome of this match. FT is now 3 to AR's 1 in the second round, meaning that in total, the points are going to be 9 to 3. So now AR is going to be at an even bigger point deficit of 6 points. That is going to be a lot of points that AR has to make up for in their next Survivor match going into the next half of the second round.
Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is that they already lost BO1, so that means that they cannot afford to lose BO2. And the only way to like not lose BO2 is to get a free escape or more. And while this is a survivor-sided meta, it is still not easy though, because a free escape is still a lot to ask. So Aquarius will have to throw everything they have in the mix here if they want to stay alive in order to fight to enter the finals.
Yeah, they will really have to like push for this being able to compete in the grand finals of IVA if they want to make it there, which they should. I mean, they made it all this way. It'd be a shame if they were to just, fall short. But we will be seeing more of FT versus AR after this really short break. So we will catch you after this in a bit. See you later.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Hello everybody, welcome back to more IVA action, and this is your caster Invisible Joan joined by BK Boy. And BK Boy, like, we were just talking behind the cameras, we were just so shocked and still reeling from that intense and pretty amazing endgame to see three people merry-go-round and spinning. Like, that was an amazing game to see.
Right, I mean, like, it was just so intense and amazing and so fun and entertaining to just watch this. I'm gonna be honest, it was kind of absolute chaos, and that's kind of what made it so enjoyable. Like, you had no idea who Nanino, like the clerk, was going to be able to hit. And so I think that's kind of the enjoyment of it. It's just like an absolute chaos. It felt like, I was telling this to Jong, right? I felt like this is kind of like one of those like once in a while rank matches where you get and it's just like super insane and like everything is happening and like you manage to clutch out that 3 survivor escape even after the end game. So that was just very, very cool to see.
Yeah, like if this was a ranked game for me, I would probably scream out of pure excitement just from how clutch that was, especially with the 3 survivor endgame escape and how they were able to pull it off in like such a like teamly fashion, like a whole family.
Right, like the amount of coordination and teamwork that would have required them to pull that off was insane. Like, I mean, we already talked like a bit about the item swapping with like the mechanic and the coordinator and such. Like that would have taken a lot of coordination to be able to pull off successfully. But then they also managed to do it, show off their teamwork and communication and coordination and just overall experience and comfort. Like, you know, they're very much in their comfort zones with each other to be able to pull off a move like that.
Yeah, like that was just way too intense of a game that I think like everyone else in the chat is on their edge of their seats because I was for the entire time. But hold on a second, as we are going to be heading into the BO2 second half, and once again to remind all of you, this might potentially be the last game because currently Aquarius Survivor must achieve a free escape in order to stay alive for now, and we're going to be seeing the first 2 survivors being thrown away, and they'll be the barmaid and the female dancer, BK.
It seems like Kuga here, FT's Hunter, is really not looking forward to having to deal with these 2 guys here because it seems that the female dancer on a map like Arms, actually, especially like in the middle area, if you recall, the fast and the slow music boxes, especially in the middle area, is an absolute pain in the backside to deal with. Plus, the barmaid, the barmaid is just a general good support kiter. I mean, maybe Kuga had learned from his teammates just now. He doesn't want the AR survivors to do what his teammates did in the last half, so that's why he's banning the barmaid.
Yeah, the barmaid definitely played a detrimental factor, so he's like, nope, I'm not having that again. And Kuga's Dream Witch gets thrown out, which is no surprise considering that we do know that Kuga likes to play Dream Witch a lot. And the Mercenary and the Antiquarian are the first 2 going to be selected for the day, which are just some pretty meta characters. But considering that Aquarius survivors need a free escape at this point, they should probably step their game up, right?
Oh, definitely. They really need to... Yeah, they have to aim for a 3 escape or more, otherwise they will not make it to the BO3. They have to be able to even out the points in this round here. So aiming for a 3 escape at least is the objective here. So you can see here Kuga getting rid of the batter and the female dancer, the psychologist as well. Very similar to their bans in the first round with the wax artist. However, a lot less harassers, and this time they're letting the AR survivors pick the Mercenary and the Antiquarian, like you mentioned, as well as the Seer. Again, with the Seer pick, Kuga is really letting the AR survivors get away with a lot of very stable and meta characters in their lineup. It's quite interesting to see. I wonder what Kuga's game plan is going to be here.
Yeah, because like if we look about this, like the 3 survivors that are selected so far, and if you ask me like in a normal BP, I'll be stunned if a team gets to select all 3 of these, just because all 3 of these like can be banned in B1 for their very own reasons. But it seems that Kuga prioritizes more on his own preferences, because it seems that he has a personal vendetta with the the battery, removing it every single time. What are we seeing here, BK Boy? Is that just me, or are we going to be seeing Emma Woods today in Arms Factory?
This is very much a shocker for us because it's going to be such a momentous occasion to be able to see the Gardener being played in a competitive scene like this. We have seen Gardener being played by the TNG survivors a handful of times in the previous set of matches. However, this is going to be very, very interesting to seeing it being played by AR survivors instead. Gardener is a very finicky survivor to get right because you have to stand still in order to get the bubble shield right, and it seems that Kuga here is daring the air survivors to pick very fragile survivors like that, because the Bonbon pick is very good against not only the Seer and the Aquarius as mentioned before, but also against the Gardener, being able to bomb her down and interrupting her shield, as well as chipping down the shield once it's active with the bombs, is going to be very, very in Kuga's favor here. A lot of these survivors are quite weak to the Bonbon.
A very good point mentioned by BK Boy, because the thing here is that we don't really see a lot like Kuga playing Bonbon a lot, so it's actually very shocking to see him here. It seems like Kuga is going to prioritize character counters over his own preferences. So we'll have to see how this pays off, because Bonbon tie character and Aquarius needs a free escape, so they'll have to do some pretty insane maneuvering and outplay themselves if they want that free escape here, BK.
Oh, 100%, because they have to kite as long as humanly possible if they are going to get any kind of semblance of a tree escape. Because if they settle for anything less, they will end up getting they will not be able to move on into the BO3 instead. So they have to play it risky, and they have to really push for this tree escape, which is going to be quite tough because, as you mentioned, Bonbon is a very tie hunter. However, I do think that Kuga is definitely going to have a big advantage here and may get a tie or maybe even more because of how much, like you said, he very counters these survivors. None of their abilities are particularly geared towards rescuing or chasing or kiting the Bonbon.
Yeah, so you did mention that Kuga is going to have advantage. So the only question here is that would actually be the case, because we are in the game and currently Kuga is just going to be patrolling around and will be marching towards Emma Woods, who spawned the closest. The Gardener is just going to be looping around the shack, trying to gain some more distance, and the shield has already been blown off though, so that is actually a relatively early bomb hit and take another hit. So the Gardener already took 2 hits early into the game. This is definitely not a favorable situation. The Gardener is going to be kiting towards the center and slams the pallet, just wanting to buy more time, and is able to evade 1 chain bomb. So that is allowing her to survive for long, but still 2 bomb hits right off the bat, definitely not too good.
And not to mention the fact that Kuga here did bring insolence on the Bonbon, meaning that he will be getting the remote bomb soon-ish. As you can see here, he just got it available. So if he is able to hit the Gardener, but pulling off FT's tactics against them and is able to do the item switch like we saw in the other match just now, getting the Mercenaries elbow pads instead of trading it off for her toolbox instead. This is a really good team coordination that we can see here. However, Kuga does have the blink available, so when he does catch up to Epsilon here, he could just easily use the blink and get the Gardener down. But the Seer's Owl saving the Gardener, allowing her to extend her kite even further.
Yeah, right now, because they have the free escape, so they have to send the entire family, every single ounce of strength they have. The Gardener is just going to kite around, is able to evade the first chain bomb, not being able to evade the remote bomb, and down goes the Gardener. This Gardener definitely did kite a bit, and Kuga is going to be cheering at the shack gate, and now it's going to be patrolling around, hopefully to bomb whoever is trying to decode, and just to stall out more time, because Kuga definitely wants to tie and end it in 2 rounds. The Mercenary will be in the vicinity here prepared to rescue, and it's going to be a mind game, not being able to dodge the first remote bomb. able to dodge the second and is able to pull off the rescue with Tide Turner now and goes for the body block but did not work out though.
That is rather unfortunate, as the Gunner is now going to be going into the second chair. However, look at the cipher progresses here, just pinged 51% and the Antiquarian 68%. And the Mercenaries 50%. So in total, they have a lot of cipher progress. Even if it's scattered amongst these three ciphers, it is going to be it's going to be within the realm of possibility for them to be able to cipher rush Kuga here if Kuga is not careful about the ciphers or the camping.
Yeah, so the survivors now have to think very carefully on what they should do. The Antiquarian is going to be the one taking the rescue here, just going to be like spinning around, hoping to drag more time. And Bomba here is hoping to bomb the Antiquarian, is able to get the first chip bomb, and the second chip bomb as well, so now the Antiquarian cannot rescue, but then he misses the hit though, and goes for the blink to ensure the knockdown, and with that, the Gardener is going to be sent back to the manor, BK boys.
A wonderful usage of abilities here by Kuga, using the blink to make sure that the Antiquarian gets down and stays down. However, and just making sure that the Gunner is not rescued. He really just wants to get at least that one elimination, so that now they have to get all the survivors out in order for them to even get into the BO3 following this. But the Mercenary, unfortunately, getting 2 chip bombs is now going to be a one hit, even though the Cypher is primed and is going to be popped, entering the end game.
Yeah, don't forget, all 3 survivors have to get out, so they cannot afford to have anyone being eliminated at all. Kuga here is just going to be throwing a few bombs to hope to trap some survivors, and is able to trap 2 at one, but it's going to be hard targeting this mercenary who uses a flare gun out of nowhere to just get the stun and ensure him to transition further away. So to use the flare gun would pay off, because the bomb still has some more bombs, is able to get the first chip, and the Antiquarian is in the vicinity hoping to help but not being able to.
And now the Mercenary is going to go down right next to the gate, unfortunately. However, if you look on the right side there, the Antiquarian does have Tide Turner. So if she is able to pull off a rescue, it would be possible for them to just make a mad dash for the gate and protect the Seer along the way, because the Seer would not be immune from the Tide Turner. So if they can pull off the rescue against this Bonbon with the Antiquarian's Tide Turner, it would be very good. But unfortunately, the Seer is going to go down, forcing the Antiquarian and Mercenary to go use their Tide Turner instead. So now the Antiquarian no longer has the Tide Turner effect and is going to have to get out the gate and settle for a draw, or maybe risk it all for the Seer, but it's going to be very, very hard because the Kuga still does have detention, and his blink is going to be up in a couple of seconds here, in about 20 seconds-ish.
I believe that's not blink, but Kuga goes for the remote bomb, not being able to, and the Mercenary actually has a syringe, and the Antiquarian has a toolbox, so it seems that the survivors are actually just going to be digging every single item they can find in hopes to help. But the Mercenary being able to heal up in a couple of seconds, and he'll probably be coming back to rescue. And Kuga now is just having like an entire bomb zone, making sure that whoever comes to the bomb zone will die from bombs, to make sure that they will not be able to achieve this three-man escape, as now both survivors will be running it in. The question here is, will it pay off?
That is the million-dollar question here. As we can see, Kuga really is trying to use as many bombs as possible to get them down. However, Anti-Jing managing to get the Seer bombed and hit down. Now he is going to be dead when he is going to be placed on the chair. He is going to be sent back to the manor, but the Antiquarian taking a bomb hit and trying to force heal the Seer, but using the blink to try and down the Antiquarian. It seems that they really are just going to go in or nothing. They know that if they don't get 3 escape, they might as well get none, because otherwise they will not be able to get into the BO3. And with the Seer eliminated, it's going to be at least a draw and most probably a 3 elimination and 1 escape on the part of AR survivors.
But the Mercenary seems to be coming back though, so it seems that Mercenary is like, no, I care about my family so much, so I'm gonna come in. But with the elimination of the Seer, I think we already have a clean-cut winner. So it's just a matter of fact of how would this last kite pay off. So the Mercenary is able to dodge a couple of remote bombs and is able to pull off the rescue. A beautiful move from the Mercenary, allowing the Antiquarian to go away scot-free. the Anti-Aquarian will be looping around these two pilot areas, and if able to take one chain bomb, or rather one remote bomb, and Kuga here looking to get it down, and if able to, so now the Anti-Aquarian will be back to the manor instead, but seems that's not even the case, as they all surrender, and with that, I believe we have a winner, BK Boy.
Absolutely wonderful games all around between FD and AR. That was just really good games, like as we saw in like the previous halves and the rounds as well. It was just like a lot of like back and forth in terms of like games as well. Future here did actually hold the upper hand in terms of points for most of the game, but AR, you can definitely see that they did not want to go quiet into that good night. They just wanted to, if they were going down, they would go down kicking and screaming and fighting at the top of their lungs. They did not want to lose. They did not want to lose this without putting in an effort. So absolutely wonderful stuff seen by AR and FD here.
Yeah, they definitely gave it their all, because like if we look at the statistics here, the mercenary statistic in particular stood out for me. Like 4 rescues from the mercenary. What an amazing statistics. The mercenary is like, nope, whoever goes on a chair, I'll save them all no matter what. And the mercenary kiting for 126 seconds, the Anti-Aquarian kiting for 147 seconds. So the mercenary and the Anti-Aquarian definitely tried all their best along with everyone. It's just that it did not pay off due to the pressure of free escape. So that is definitely an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate, because if you can see also, if you caught it at the last in there, the Gardener had a 90-second kite time, which is very commendable considering against Kuga's Bonbon is not the easiest thing to kite against. So having that there is just a really good. Having like the 90 seconds of kiting time there would have been really good for the team. I just think that at the end and like near the middle in the end, they did start to lose their momentum, especially with the rescues and such. Especially, I think the big turning point for the game was with the Antiquarian with the rescue on the Gardener. Her going down there would be made the proceeding rescues and eliminations almost certain, because now they're locked into having all 3 survivors of the remaining survivors escape, because the Gardener is now sent back to the manor.
Yeah, they definitely had the momentum, but unfortunately lost them slowly and slowly. But then like that is actually how well did Kuga play, because Kuga did also get the knockdown pretty fast, and also proceed to have just like a slow but steady approach in how well his remote bombs are, being able to like bomb the survivors and making sure that no funny business are happening at all. So we definitely have to applaud Kuga from how he played and how well he did in order to secure that one tie he needed to win the game.
Yeah, that was just like overall really fun to watch. But now that the 2 winners for these 2 matches have been decided, I think that these have been some really wonderful games. Everyone's done their best, and I hope everyone in the contestants and the audience had a lot of fun competing and watching this tournament. Any last words before we go off, John?
Well, I believe we still have to recap the score of today in a bit though. So yeah, so this will be a pretty but I'm actually want to talk about this because now Future is actually in the finals officially. So AR will be dropping down to the losers bracket, and they'll be playing Touch and Go once again. Like, this is going to be a complete rematch because Aquarius and Touch and Go actually played against each other early into the tournament in day 2. And
Venom, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, Venom. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I apologize to all the audience and all the fans. So yeah, Aquarius will be playing against Venom. So this will be interesting because Future and Venom, per my memory, had they played against each other? I don't think
they have, but
yeah,
it's going to be it's going to be very interesting to see how they will play up against each other because as we saw, Venom really did pull up one hell of a fight against touch and go in the last match. So seeing and AR, like I mentioned, they didn't. If they were going to go down, they were going to be dragged down, like kicking and screaming, fighting the whole way. So it's going to be very, very fun to see that kind of an attitude against Venom's survivors and hunters in the grand finales tomorrow.
Yeah, like because the other thing is that Venom, both the hunter and the survivor for faction, performed extraordinarily well, like very, very extraordinary well, because like the hunter started with a 4K and then the survivor ended it with a free escape, or rather started the BO2 with free escape, and both times they're able to capitalize on their teammates' best performances. Meanwhile for Aquarius though, Aquarius did not like rise to the winner bracket final for no reason, so I'm excited to see who is the one that's going to be coming on top in that match.
Oh, definitely. Like you said, these two teams are here in like the semifinals and going to make it on to like the third and second place match for a reason. They're here for a reason. They managed to claw and teeth their way up through the brackets and the rounds very, very slowly and steadily. And so they are very, very clearly, as can be shown with their skill throughout these past few days that they have played, they are very competent, adept, and skilled at IDV. So it's going to be very interesting, and I would definitely keep my eye on both of these teams, seeing how they would face off against each other in this very, very high stakes match that we're going to be having next.
Yeah, I'll be keeping my eyes peeled, but don't forget, that's not the only match tomorrow. Aquarius vs. Venom is not the only one. We also have something else, and that will be the grand finale. Future is already there, sitting down, having the popcorn, awaiting whoever rises between Aquarius and Venom, where Future actually defeated both teams. So this will be a rematch, and don't forget, one thing different though is that this will be a BO5. So that means that this is no longer the BO3 that we're familiar with. It's a BO5, so this means that the fight will get intense and more exciting than ever.
Yeah, there's going to be lots more of like character bans and character picks. Well, not picks, but a lot more character bans as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how FT and as well as the winner of the second place match is going to be going up against FT, seeing like how they study their opponents, what kind of characters they're going to ban, what kind of strategies they're going to use in general, and just it's going to be very interesting, especially. So I would recommend the audience as well to do their fair bit of research on their own in the team, so that they have the proper insights into these upcoming matches.
Who knows, the character, like with more character bans, maybe we'll be even seeing more character picks, because like the more that gets banned, that means the more that gets selected, and maybe we'll be seeing like some more like rare options. Like maybe we'll be seeing the long-awaited Hell Ember as you'll be casting tomorrow. Maybe you can finally see that.
Yes, if I see a Hell Ember, I will. You won't be there, but I will scream in your place. Don't worry. I will do it for you.
I won't be casting tomorrow, but like if you scream, I'll definitely come back to just see you scream out live on stream. Yeah. So tomorrow it will be, you will be doing it with Kiera. So yeah, for those of you who wanted to see Kiera, she'll be back tomorrow. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah. I cannot wait for the grand finales tomorrow. That's going to be so exciting, and I just cannot wait for these matches. Yeah.
Yeah, same. Like I just cannot like this is just so much, because like I believe there's just so many intense matchups tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, like you said, very intense. It's going to be high stakes, high adrenaline, blood is pumping, heart's beating, lungs are wheezing. It's going to be just very, very entertaining to watch. So, like you said, grab your snacks and your popcorn and your soda and your drinks, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to be going for one amazing ride tomorrow. It's going to be the IVA of all time.
Yeah, speaking of heart, actually you reminded me, like, there's also one thing is definitely any heart, like, if you have any heart stabilizer or something, you definitely should take a heart pill because it will definitely make your heart beat fast. Like, I know recently they implemented the heart rate monitoring for the members in competitive IDV, and someone's heart rate went up to 180. Like, that's just how intense things can be. So if you have a high blood pressure, prepare your heart pills because normal hearts cannot take it.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be intense. You like if you have like if you are like elderly like me, you are definitely going to want to get your meds ready. Like everyone knows that I'm like on my deathbed already. Like I am like in my 190s already. So
yeah. Like personally, I also consider myself like pretty old too. So I definitely definitely need a heart stabilizer and heart pills because the last thing you want is for the intensity of the match to cause your heart rate to like spike up the roof.
Yeah. So it's going to be an intense set of matches in the following day. So make sure that you are adequately prepared. I am going to prepare myself with a big jug of like very high quality river water in my room right next to me. It's going to be so delicious.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely need to prepare a huge jug of water because casting really blows out your voice, especially sometimes when the game goes on for so long. Then your voice will probably squeak out, and you probably don't need your voice.
Right. Yeah. It can get pretty tough on the commentators, which so mad respect obviously to all the other commentators who have been with us so far. Thank you guys for joining with us here for IVA and for blowing out your voices for the sake of this tournament. Thank you so much. Your voices will not be forgotten.
Yeah, there are like a lot of people blow out their voices, but also thanks to everyone in the chat for just supporting and watching both me and BK Boy to commentate because it has been a pleasure to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, like you said in the beginning, this is my first time doing some kind of a commentating like this, and it has been an absolute blast. I am really, really enjoying myself. It's just so much fun.
Yes. So just a quick shout outs to who's still hanging around. We have Hanako once again, Poland's our amazing organizer Nello, Mello, Vanilla, and also someone in Japanese that unfortunately I cannot read because I refuse to try and say Japanese live on stream, and also to Giselle as well. So a lot of amazing people in the chat. You guys are all amazing for just watching and supporting this amazing IDV event because this is the largest unofficial tournament in SEA. So it's just has been a blast to do it.
Yes, it's just been really, really great. So thank you. Yeah, so thank you to everyone as well for having me and Jong here casting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Is there anything else, Jong?
No. I think we are pretty good for today because this has been a very good intense match.
Yeah, it's been really good. So if that's all, then I think we will be ending it here, right, Jong?
Yep. So once again, thank you everyone for supporting, and don't forget this is not the end of IVA. We still have tomorrow, so make sure to tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. where this will be the conclusion of the IVA event.
Yes.